Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ken Fadner, Chairman of MediaPost. Welcome to OMA, Atlanta. OMA is online media marketing and advertising. We've been doing those shows for about 12 years, 13 years, in various cities and on various topics around the country. Of course, we publish the daily OMA Today newsletter, wrap-up of the day in online media marketing and advertising. So we're delighted you're here. And we were here a few years ago. How many people were here when we were here in 2014? Boy, that's either a really big turnover in the industry or the show wasn't that good. Actually, it was quite a good show. I don't want to, negative sell our own material. But the interesting thing about it was we had it first scheduled. I've forgotten the date. Some of you might remember. How many are from Atlanta? Okay, so some of you might remember the ice storm of 2014. We had that show scheduled on that date in this hotel. All of the people from New York, our MediaPost staff, made it, and we got here, and I guess the governor closed the town or something. They closed the airport, and so we were stuck here. But then we postponed the show and did it about a month later. Anyhow, so it's good that you missed that. But we're delighted to be back, and we have. I'm going to thank the sponsors. I'm going to introduce our sponsor, breakfast presenter, sponsor of breakfast, Taboola, and thanks also to Resolution Media, who is the Wi-Fi sponsor. You find the cards on the table. From Taboola, we're hearing today from Graham Faust. He's the team lead, Southeast Brand and Agency Partnerships. Graham?
All right, I don't get to speak at podiums very much. I feel like a politician. This is great. Cool, so thank you guys for all being here today. We're excited to be a sponsor for the event today. Show of hands, how many people have heard of Taboola? Awesome, great. So we're excited to re-educate you guys a little bit more about what we're up to these days and tell you a little bit about how we're creating moments of discovery across the open web. So our goal as a company, when we amplify content for any brand that we work with, is to create a moment of discovery, to help connect someone to something they might like before they ever had the chance to discover it themselves. Take the example of Blue Apron. How many of you have heard of Blue Apron in the room? Awesome. This is an amazing company that's changing the way that people discover awesome recipes and new things to cook at home. I made an amazing fettuccine the other day that I never would have thought to make myself. And it's a really unique brand because this is something that you would never think to search for. When this brand was introduced 2 years ago to the market, you would never go to Google and type in meal in a box delivery service because the idea of that didn't really exist except for Seamless or other platforms like that. To build an audience, they had to discover a way to connect with people and tell their story. Outside of search and display banners, which were not very effective for them, social was a big driver of traffic for them and new customer acquisition, but Taboola came in and also helped them tell their story outside of the gated walls of social and drive a new audience, and to this day we're one of their largest channels of new customer acquisition because we're able to help them connect to a new customer. Also think about brands that you already know. Intel is an amazing brand that's historically known for creating processors and microchips, but a lot of people don't know about all the other cool things that they're doing, like powering Lady Gaga's flying dress at the Grammys last year, or the Super Bowl halftime show, which was, for a lot of people in this room, probably one of the better parts of the Super Bowl, unfortunately. They talk about all this cool stuff that they do on Intel IQ. It's a blog that they publish in 23 different countries, and Taboola helps to facilitate the discovery of that content on a global level. So who are we? We are the world's largest content discovery platform, powering the sponsored content that you see exclusively across some of the world's largest online publishers. Historically recommending content below article. We also power the homepage recommendations that you see across some of the major portals like MSN and AOL. We have huge mobile reach as well. Mobile is about 60% of our entire global network, and where we serve the majority of our recommendations as more and more people are consuming content on mobile devices. Massive publisher network that's exclusive to Taboola. So when we serve recommendations across NBC and AOL, these are exclusive placements to Taboola, and we also have global reach and scale that we can provide with localized recommendation partners around the globe. So the real benefit of what we do, again, is we're not search, we're not banners, we're not social. Facebook has built an amazing platform that allows people to do all kinds of things, onboard first-party data, recommend article content or video content within an amazing feed. Our goal as a company is, and the way we think about discovery outside of the walls of social, is how do we mimic those exact same features and functionality and create that same mindset of the user and enable them to discover content outside of those gated walls. And we've done a great job doing it. So when we work with brands, we really are able to help them at all stages of the funnel. It's easy to think of native advertising as just a high-level awareness tactic. When we work with brands like Kraft and Intel, for example, that's part of what we do for them. But we also help brands like Expedia and Salesforce drive leads and new customer acquisition by amplifying their content towards the right person at the right time. A couple quick examples of how we do that. So Kraft Recipes uses Taboola's platform to amplify one-pot cooking recipes, for example, towards busy moms on today.com. It's a great way to contextually connect to that user when they're reading articles and looking for something else that's interesting to them. The same way we work with Macy's. Macy's uses us for more lower funnel objectives, so amplifying content that's more specific towards a certain type of user who's interested in a certain type of product. For example, 5 flats you might like is a very specific type of product that someone might like. By pre-qualifying the image and the headline towards a very specific ask for the person to engage with that, we saw a 20% decrease in the average CPC that we were charging the advertiser, as well as a 163% increase in sales and a 4.5x return on their ad spend, all through optimizations and finding the best way to connect with a new audience outside of social. And B2B marketers also are able to drive success with us by promoting their content towards B2B audiences, leveraging third-party data partners to reach the right audience at scale. And also in terms of just native recommendations, one thing we're working on rolling out very soon is how do we change the format? How do we create that feed video experience? This is new products that we're rolling out that you guys are some of the first people to actually see. So creating connecting users with video content they might like when they're engaged and online and looking for something else that's interesting to them in a non-invasive format. This is what I think is really cool, and there's other formats that we're working on as well. This is kind of the first iteration of what it will look like as we roll this out across our massive global publishing partners. So to sum it up, the platform that we've built is really there to mimic the ideas of what Facebook has built within the social ecosystem that they control. We can help help brands meet their goals at all stages of the funnel, all different types of formats where we can help recommend your content across a massive global publishing network. Lots of various targeting options for first and third-party data onboarding, and various channels and ways that you can onboard your content on our network. Fully transparent reporting that offers a lot of data insights in terms of who's engaging with your content, as well as an amazing team that can help you along the way. So to sum it up, if anyone's interested in learning more about Taboola, and today I'll be around here and excited to hear the rest of the presentations today. Thank you again for listening, and have a great show.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to OMA Atlanta. My name is Ross Fadner, and I will be your MC today. I'm the Director of Event Programming here at MediaPost. As Ken mentioned, OMA stands for Online Media Marketing and Advertising. We like that name. And as you know, MediaPost is a producer of industry trade content, both publishing and events. And for us, this is not necessarily the same thing as being a cheerleader for digital media. We're not, in fact, cheerleaders of digital media. We are rather something more like interrogators, journalists, really, whose primary job is to get to the bottom of what's really going on in digital media and advertising today. If you're a longtime MediaPost subscriber, You might recall that in the mid-2000s, we used to produce these big shows in New York, San Francisco. We think we did a few in Los Angeles called OMA Global. And the idea behind this OMA Global show was to put the rapid emergence of digital media and technology and advertising into a larger, sort of bigger picture perspective. It was the quintessential show for the digital everyman. However, as the industry evolved, it became evident that you could no longer look at digital media in a vacuum. In fact, it had become too big and broad, and its parts were too specialized. So from there, MediaPost started to contextualize the digital advertising revolution, focusing instead on verticals like search, email, video, mobile, display, eventually programmatic. We tried to evolve our events business in lockstep with the industry's own evolution, which brings us to today's show. So what's OMA Atlanta all about? Atlanta, after all, is not a digital advertising vertical, though you could perhaps call it a Georgia or Southern vertical. We actually did a series of one-day city shows last year, and we've been doing them for a few years, actually, bringing OMA to places like San Francisco, to Los Angeles, Denver, Boston. We have plans to go to Portland, perhaps, this year. And these were still mostly programmatic advertising roadshows with a smattering of topical items like influencer marketing, as well as a showcase for new technologies like VR and AR. And these were great shows, but it was more like OMA bringing its content repertoire to these cities than the cities themselves actually being really a part of the content. So we wanted to change that up this year and really create a series of events in which the cities themselves played more of a role in what goes on stage. Atlanta may be the guinea pig for us with this new format, but it's also an entirely logical first choice. After all, this city happens to be the home of many of the world's most recognizable consumer brands, some of the country's most innovative and independent agencies, in addition to being a burgeoning hotbed of media and e-commerce startups, all gunning to become the hottest brands of tomorrow. We're here today to explore what really makes Atlanta marketing tick. To do that, we're bringing a lot of Atlanta, its signature brands, top agencies, its rising stars, to OMA. And we're asking the city to show us how some of its homegrown brands, large and small, are crafting integrated cross-channel marketing plans that follow the customer journey. Today, you're going to see case studies, best practices, a special in-depth look into the digitally driven internal communication system of one of the world's largest brands, as well as marketing strategies that bring their own unique Atlanta footprint with them. And in classic OMA Roadshow fashion, we're also bringing to Atlanta MediaPost's focus on digital marketing and media challenges. How are the changing client-agency relations, problems of transparency, and accountability playing out here as they are across the entire advertising ecosystem? Well, before we get to all that, we're going to begin the morning by asking our panel of local brands, agencies, and media companies to share their best practices around how they leverage local resources and insights to build a robust Atlanta marketing economy. Which hometown brands and agencies are following a new marketing vision while bringing a unique Atlanta flavor to everything they do? Here to engage our panelists in a discussion surrounding the culture of marketing here in the Jewel of the South, we asked our own Joe Mandisi, MediaPost editor, omnipresent editor-in-chief, a man who I'll wager knows more about media and advertising than just about anyone. So please, without any further ado, let's get OMA Atlanta underway and welcome Joe and his Southern Strategy panel.
Apparently, you have to touch the button. Okay, so yeah, we like to have people seated with the slides so that you can identify who they are. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really excited about this panel. As I think Ross did a pretty good job explaining what we want to achieve today. I just want to go back and give a little background that MediaPost was founded by Ken Fadner, who founded Adweek, who actually gave me my first job right as a college intern. And the thing that made Adweek unique to other ad trades at the time was that it was regional. And we had literally, magazines in different markets, including Atlanta, New York, Chicago, LA, Houston, Boston. And the idea of hyper-local journalism about the ad trade was really interesting. It taught me a lot about the business. I was interacting with people in the Atlanta Bureau or Houston, and I got to learn more about the culture of other markets that way. But there was only so much you could do with print media regional editions. So the idea with MediaPost was, now that we're digital and distributed, and could we do a better job of covering the marketplace? And we're still working on that in terms of our publishing. But it always struck me that, once we go into markets, instead of just parachuting in and talking about all of the wonky things we talk all the time about, digital this and disruption that, why don't we find out what's going on in that market and expose it to our broader marketplace? So today we're going to talk to you in this room, but we're streaming this to a global audience. We'll be reporting on this over the next few days, and we'll also have all the videos archived. So I want you all to think that we're not just talking to people in this neighborhood in Atlanta. We're talking to the world about what's going on here. So that's kind of the setup for what I hope to achieve. Let me sit down. So I'd like to start off by doing an opening question. You know who all the executives are here on the list, but I'd like them to all do kind of a brief intro. We have agency executives, we have people from the commerce and the community, we have people in marketing and people in the media supply chain here. So it's a good cross-section. I'd like each of you to kind of introduce yourself. Explain, A, are you a native or a transplant? And B, what is the one thing or secret sauce you'd like the world to know about Atlanta that makes it special as an advertising, media, and innovation marketplace?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Justin Archer. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Moxie. And I'm a transplant to Atlanta. I came here in the early 90s to go to school as a student. And much to my mother's dismay, never returned home. I fell in love with the city and realized there was a lot of opportunity here, and just have been here for over 20 years now. Secret sauce, as far as Atlanta's concerned, I kind of feel like New York is they've got the Mad Men, Madison Avenue thing, and LA's got the Hollywood film industry thing. And Atlanta's kind of ambiguous, and we can be whatever we want to be. And I kind of dig that about the city, and how we're poised to kind of take shape and emerge in whatever industry we decide upon.
Thanks, Justin. Kate.
Good morning. My name is Kate Atwood, and I have the privilege of being the executive director for Choose ATL. And quickly, Choose ATL is an initiative out of the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce that is all about marketing Atlanta to the next generation. So we have a vision of positioning Atlanta as a top-tier global market for talent, and this is certainly a really important and just there's so much potential, I think, in the marketing and creative economy to grow here in Atlanta. I came here, I am a transplant as well, following school, and what kept me here was I started a nonprofit organization when I was really young. And I like to tell the story that I don't think there's any other city I could have started a nonprofit organization at 22 with no financial resources, no network, no academic licensure that this would work. And this community just surrounded it and built it with me. And I think that that is really our unique sauce, is that we are a city that we don't compromise other people's dreams to reach our own. And I think also in terms of marketing and the creative economy, we are just this kaleidoscope of culture and perspective. And we really have such a diverse kind of landscape to find inspiration and to kind of connect and come around. So I think, and that's why I think I have a job, is we've just got to do a better job of telling that story to the world.
Morning, my name is Jeff Baker. I oversee advertising and content for Arby's. I'm a native. I grew up in Marietta, so I've been here since I was 2.5 technically, but don't recall the prior 2.5 years, so I'll consider myself full native. Grew up in Marietta, went to Georgia, so haven't left here much, thus I like it here. As it relates to Atlanta's secret sauce, I think, it's a hub for transportation is what really, I think, put the city on the map. So just the fact that nowhere else flies more direct than here outside of maybe Chicago is important. I think it's easy to oversee. But if you liken it to Arby's, our brand, we have ubiquitous awareness like Atlanta does. We have worldwide scale, national scale in terms of awareness. But we're, I would say, mid-sized. So we can move pretty quickly, we can impact a lot of people, but we can move nimbly. Atlanta kind of has the same thing going for it. It's not, if you think about large corporation and potential bureaucracy, I think you can run into that with big cities. Film industry, Kate and I were discussing this morning, is an example of that. Atlanta jumped on it, and 10 years ago wasn't really existing here, and now we're a worldwide leader and filming probably more movies here than anywhere outside of LA. You could confirm that. Number three, top three. So I think that's an example of how Atlanta has that worldwide impact, but can move nimbly.
Good morning. I'm Molly Batten. I am with Turner Broadcasting. I am the Chief Brand Strategy Officer, which means I kind of oversee our brand marketing for all of Turner. I run media and do all employee engagement, so kind of a broad breadth of scope. I am moved down here to Atlanta in 18 years ago or so to work at Coke. So I've had the privilege of working both at Coca-Cola, one of the biggest brand in Atlanta, as well as now Turner for 17 years. And I would say one of the things that I think strikes me the most in a secret sauce as we think about Atlanta is really the diversity. Kate touched on it a bit, kind of the diverse perspectives that come and share the stories. We talk at Turner a lot about diversity fueling our stories. And as we tell the world's stories, we need to have all of those perspectives at the table. And Atlanta really brings that to the table. So I think that's really unique. And I would say, now that I've been here for over 18 years, I'm raising 3 kids, and it's just a great place to raise a family. And I think that's something really unique. Once you come to Atlanta, you don't want to leave.
Hey everybody, I'm Spence Kramer. I'm the CEO of J. Walter Thompson here in Atlanta. I am a transplant. I moved here about 18 months ago with no job and no hope, apparently. I have a bit of an unusual circumstance is that I relocated to Atlanta with my ex-wife and our 2 children. When said ex-wife and I were dating, she was living in Atlanta and I was living in New York, so I had been here 100 times. I used to work on the Coca-Cola business when I worked at Wieden & Kennedy, so I visited Atlanta probably at least 100 times. And I hated it. I hated it. I didn't like coming here at all. I thought this was a soulless city that was gnarled in traffic, that was only an airport and a hotel, because that was my experience of it. And one of my great friends and advertising colleagues said, I don't know, Spence, I don't know many people that visit Atlanta that like it, but I don't know anyone that lives here that doesn't love it. And I thought, at the time with Jen and our kids, I thought, let's go to a place where we can trust that that's going to happen. My kids are in 4th and 3rd grade now, and I want to stay here. I don't want to live in another city. I want to see them graduate from high school in Atlanta, Georgia. And that, to me, is the secret sauce, is the notion of the warmth and welcoming and comfort of actually living in a city like this. It may be a little bit amorphous, or it may be a little bit uneasy for visitors, but the better job we do convincing people that the life here is just among the best in the whole country, if not the world, the better off we're going to be as a company and as an industry.
Okay, so if I counted right, 1 native, but we're not going to ask you to produce your birth certificate. But what I really heard was, it's a great place to exist, kind of a little bit like the San Diego line. It's a great place to live, but you wouldn't want to visit there. There is a strong lifestyle culture here. But I want to respond to what Justin said when he opened up about, contra the madman angle, because there's a lot of young people in this room from what I can tell, but, back in the late 70s, early 80s, when I was interning at Adweek, I had the opportunity to have like Ted Turner come up and meet with the publisher, and I'd go to ad agencies and see him jump up on desks and watch what he did. And he was the original disruptor, and it came out of Atlanta, and it was something that was created that only could have been here. He's literally the father of media fragmentation. If you think about what he did, he was audacious enough to take a local TV station and throw it up on a satellite and create an electronic media revolution. And I think that energy and culture existed for much of the 80s, and Atlanta was perceived as being that way before Silicon Valley or any other, digital media markets, the innovation center. And my question for all of you is, have you kind of lost that sizzle? Why isn't Atlanta more sexy in the digital innovation landscape?
I think that, I'll just jump in here. I think that the popular misconception about Atlanta that makes me angry is that it's kind of a slow-paced southern lifestyle down here. And I mean, you can see that. You mentioned you were here last time during the snowpocalypse, right? And by show of hands, how many people saw the SNL skit, about like what happens when it snows in Atlanta, right? So even though that was a parody and it's crazy funny, I think that's the way a lot of the country views us, and it's not the case. This is a vibrant city full of artists and industry folks, and I think Spence and I, we sit on a board together for Atlanta Agencies for Change, and that's one of the things that we're trying to dispel is the fact that this is a great city. We need talent to come here. We want diverse talent to come here. And so we're trying to dispel that rumor and really let people know that there are creators here, and this is a very emerging tech city, and it's a vibrant city and a robust city. So, I take offense to that rumor, and I know that we're kind of the butt of a lot of jokes, and it's either you're black or you're white in Atlanta, but there is a lot of ethnic diversity here, and we're proud of that, and we want more of that.
So I didn't mean it as a negative, like just going back to San Diego, it's a great city, but nobody thinks of it as being sexy and hot. It's in the kind of outskirts of LA. And so my question for you is it a misconception? And how do we dispel that rumor that there's not a lot of energy?
Yeah, I'll take that. I mean, we did lose our sizzle for. If you really look at kind of coming out of the last recession, Atlanta came back slower and a little bit later than the rest of the country. But when we came back with great force. And at that same time was also happening a generational paradigm, the beginning of a generational paradigm shift with the millennials really starting to lead in the workforce. And so that sizzle and how that looked from the 80s, with Ted Turner and what made, the quality of life in Atlanta big in those times was kind of more of the suburban sprawl. And what's happening now, and I think this is one of the biggest perception busters, but the most exciting things is Atlanta's kind of, for the first time, having its urban core moment. It's really becoming walkable and bikeable. The Beltline, these, more and more shared social spaces are popping up, especially for creatives. I mean, these are places where you find your inspiration. These are, assets within your community that I think make Atlanta much more attractive when you're trying to attract talent and to keep the city growing from a creative standpoint. So I think the biggest perception buster, much like I totally agree with Justin's, is also that this isn't a vibrant cultural city. I mean, the problem is that a lot of it's made here. I talk a lot about music. No music is more influential around the globe right now than hip hop and rap. Yet it's made here. It's not necessarily front stage here. It's like all of these artists are coming to our studios to make the music. We've got to do a better job tying that tether. It's the same with our film. There's so many films being made here, not necessarily with any distinct, landmark that says Atlanta. So it's really our job to make sure that we're out there telling our story, that this is where this stuff is made. And I would say that the same charge for our marketing and our advertising agencies. Just remember, part of your story is that you're in Atlanta, and that these ideas and this, this creativity is coming out of Atlanta. And that's what I would love to see really start to change.
Yeah, to answer your question more through a marketing and advertising lens, the sex appeal in advertising, I think, is very much driven by the spots that are on Cannes or the creative agencies that are on the Ad Age or Ad Week top 10 list. which is critically important. And there are people, Spence, one of them in the city, that have worked on those things and have had that recognition. Atlanta has not been on those lists very often. If you look at the agencies, Atlanta does not have as many Cannes Lions as disproportionately the number of businesses that are here. But if you step back, the number, ultimately our job is around engagements and impressions. Whether it's a TV spot or a mobile application or a digital ad or a social environment. And Cannes Lion ads and even Super Bowl ads are a very small composition of all the interactions that happen with consumers throughout the year. So I think that's the first piece. So if you look at it through that lens, Moxie works on Verizon's business and digital. So if you have a digital interaction with Verizon, it's out of Atlanta. If you have any interaction with Arby's, it goes through Atlanta. Turner, Coca-Cola, UPS, Dunkin' Donuts Social comes out of Atlanta. There are a ton of things, if you really conglomerate the clients and the agencies that work here, that might not be on the list of the top 10 hot agencies in the country or the Cannes Lions, but are having a ton of impact and are frankly very effective work. So I think some of it's just an industry paradigm around what's sexy and then what's effective and what's real.
No, I agree with that 100%. I think it's just to touch on Ted Turner and the spirit. I think you're right, and the idea that he was this bold maverick and innovator, and it could happen out of Atlanta, not out of New York or LA, and he completely disrupted the industry. And it's really interesting because he has not been part of Turner for years now, but his spirit completely lives on in the culture. And I feel like there's a sense of pride that maybe we're being discounted, that maybe, I think we even see it a lot of, everybody touched on it, the sense that, maybe things aren't moving as quickly in Atlanta, maybe there's not as much innovation. But within our own culture, I know that there's almost a sense of pride that while they may discount, there's so much innovation and so much, spirit of being bold, taking risks, and there's a little bit of a sense of they don't fully understand all of what's going on, and that's okay because we're going to surprise them, and great things are coming out. And as everyone mentioned, there's so much going on in the tech industry right now here in Atlanta. There's so much innovation and creativity that's happening that I think there's a little bit of, it's a sleepy undertone, and we're about to show it to the world. So.
My perspective is a little bit, perhaps a little bit different or more negative. Despite the honestly utter joy I have in living here and in working here, I want to live here forever. I don't think and I'll talk about the advertising business to Jeff's point a little bit, I don't think that the stereotype of Atlanta as a sleepy advertising town is unfair. I think that's actually fairly accurate. I started around the same time that my boss started, the global CEO of J. Walter Thompson, Tamar Ingram, and she visited our agency, and she asked me publicly, frankly, in front of all of the whole company, Spence, is this the best agency in Atlanta? And I said, no, we're not. And she said, who is? And I said, I don't know. I can't name one. And I think that if you asked Justin that, and if you asked Sapient that, and if you asked 22 Squared that, and BBDO that, we all might say, yeah, we're the best agency in Atlanta, but I think, to be fair, none of us are. Todd Koplowitz, my friend and colleague the other day, and I were talking, and he said Atlanta is a unique city in the advertising business, other than New York and LA, of course, in that if you think about good advertising cities, Dallas and Raleigh or Durham and Richmond and Austin, they all had Portland, they all had a single agency that kind of was the benchmark agency that grew the entire agency culture there. If you look at Portland, Oregon now, there was no scene whatsoever. Wieden & Kennedy became so incredibly famous, and rightly so, and now there is a massive agency culture in Portland. We're sort of seen as the second-tier city in this business. Maybe because some of us are regional offices to New York agencies or big partners, and maybe because none of us, whether Cannes-worthy or not, none of us have taken kind of the ball and held it higher than any of the other of us. So I guess all that's to say, I see it as a legitimate slight, if it's in fact a slight, but I also see it as something that's very ambitious, because I know that when I go back to work, am going to try to make J. Walter Thompson Atlanta the best agency in Atlanta, as are all of my, colleagues around the industry.
Yeah, here, I think one of the good things about our industry is there's no manufacturing plant or natural resource. The same reason it's hard for anyone that doesn't write an ad to explain to their family what they do, that works in advertising or marketing, also means that it's very transient. So it's people. You're paying for hours or thought capital, however you want to describe it. So because that can change so quickly, I think just getting a few key people in the right positions could change the dynamic that we've talked about very quickly, versus other categories, as I mentioned.
Yeah, so I think the one exception might be Moxie, which is a great homegrown agency that I didn't become aware of really until Publicis and Zenith acquired them, and now they are the hub for the entire U.S. Zenith enterprise. So I think that's a great statement. But, yeah, it's nice if you're the Wyden and Kennedy winning the Can Just Do It campaigns or whatever. So, looking from the outside in, markets look like cliches. It's Margaret Mitchell, Coca-Cola, Home Depot, Arby's. I gave the Turner example. There are other innovations that occurred in this market, Landmark Communications started here. It's now part of IBM and Watson and AI and things like that. What is something that's going on now that we could tell the rest of the world that's a great incubation or jump start or something that's really kind of a next generation thing that's happening because it's in Atlanta?
Well, we mentioned the film industry earlier. In the past, 36, 48 months, bringing a lot of that industry to Atlanta has been huge for the economy and the employment here. But I think the next wave is innovation and tech. We're working with the Georgia Department of Economic Development right now to help develop the virtual reality, augmented reality practices here in Atlanta. They're giving the same type of tax credits to businesses that want to come here and start up their companies here in Atlanta and headquartered in Atlanta. We've started up our practice, and we sit on the board, and we truly believe that this can be kind of the Silicon Valley of the South, not as far as creating technology, but implementing the technology that comes out of the West Coast. So, I think that is an emerging technology that we're standing behind, and we're making great strides to put that in place.
I completely agree with that, but to not double over, I'll offer something different. I think, too, for this next wave, I think Atlanta has a tremendous value proposition to the world to be the most diverse and inclusive city for entrepreneurs. We're consistently #1 for female-owned businesses, #2 for minority-owned businesses, and I would just love to see that and that really shown to the world. The cost of living, I know it's not really a sexy thing to sell Atlanta, but it does make it a ripe opportunity. I mean, you have so much surrounding you from a quality of life, but the cost of living makes that kind of entrepreneurial spirit a little bit more digestible. And I can speak to that firsthand because I started a nonprofit, and let me tell you, you start broke, you are broke, and then when you hand it over, you are broke. So I think that is what I would love to see Atlanta, and I think it's really what can help attract the next wave of talent and energy and passion to our city.
So it's a come to Atlanta 20% off. Is that the next campaign? It is important. So, for me, I think whenever you think about innovation in tech, you think of small companies that have grown large. I think about it for this city a little bit differently. We have some large companies that have the ability to affect technology. I read something yesterday that drones are the coolest thing in the world, but UPS is testing drone delivery from trucks. That's coming through Atlanta. If Coca-Cola changes how beverages are delivered, that's coming out of Atlanta. If Delta changes the way you fly across the world faster or more conveniently, that's coming out of Atlanta. If we have a sandwich fall from the sky into your lap, that's Atlanta. So for me, that's in terms of how you can quickly impact the most people, it's the existing relationships that consumers have with the brands here, whether it's viewing something on Turner or flying on a plane. So I think it's building off of that and bringing great talent to the city that works on things like that, and then frankly moves around. It's easier for us, and I'm sure most companies, to recruit people here. So if there's great innovation talent at a Moxie or a Coca-Cola or a Delta, that's good for everyone that's employing in Atlanta, and I think it just continues to grow on itself. And also the film industry, I think, brings a lot of sex appeal. Iron Man's walking around. That's crazy. So those types of things hopefully will begin to open people's eyes in terms of what's really coming out of this city. And I don't think that we've articulated that as clearly as we could.
No, I think that's a great point. I think having leading brands here doing innovative things are the ways to connect with consumers all over the globe. And I also think we sometimes don't talk about it, but there's great schools here in Atlanta, and the institutions, we're doing a lot of partnerships with Georgia Tech and finding great ideas and growing them through the school system, I think is a huge advantage that we have. We're starting really young with Cartoon Network and doing a lot within the STEAM and STEM, and really finding and educating and helping to build the next generation of content creators and people who can really help us take our technology and to the next level. So I think that's one piece that Atlanta really has, is that that educational institution and that foundation that we can really tap into as companies and really bring out the best and kind of continue to push ourselves.
We started an innovation practice about 8 months ago at J. Walter Thompson with one guy and a closet that we're calling the Innovation Lab. We painted the door to make it official, JWT Innovation Lab, and it has been a nightmare. It has been absolutely a teeth pull from day one because well, I don't know why. I can tell you that the appetite for risk and the desire to do something that you've never done is baked into innovation, period. And putting innovation in a culture that is 150 years old, that is, a very financially focused advertising company, is anathema to innovation. And yet, I've had both the head of innovation and the agency at large complain about one another. And perhaps this can be, I don't know, a primer for other communities that aren't taking the risk. But I think that anything that we can see sort of in the future or can't see yet is probably worth it. And the nature of the agony right now, because it really is we just have to hold on a little bit longer. We just have to convince one another that you may be a square peg in a round hole, but at some point we're going to figure out a fit. And in our particular case, what happens if he creates something that our clients can't live without, and all of a sudden it becomes a new revenue stream for us, or a potential for a piece of new business for us, or a guy that is now being called at all the J. Walter Thompsons around the world as, a shining light in innovation. It sucks now, and it's hard, and everybody wants him gone, but we have to figure out a way to stay with it. And I think that could be somewhat of a metaphor for the city itself.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on that guy. I'd stay in the closet.
Is he here, by the way? Charles, are you here? Good.
No, he's working. He's working. So, let me ask you all, is our thesis right that geography matters, that culture and community matters? Earlier, Molly and I were joking that Turner's really based in the cloud. It's not really headquartered in a city anymore. It's true. We're all globally interconnected. We live and breathe in digital media. Does geography matter as much as it did when Ted Turner put the station on the satellite? Or I'm asking you, is our thesis right?
I think from my perspective, in terms of when we try to go out and tell or share Atlanta's story, I think geography matters less for industry. I think it matters more for community and culture. And again, I have a targeted audience that is the next generation. But we're certainly seeing that shift in how we build Atlanta's narrative. There used to be a day when it was, and the reason I think we're still kind of stuck with it is that it's Coca-Cola, it's, you know, it's Delta, it's UPS, it's these big brands. That industry narrative is still really strong, but I think people, when it comes down to individuals, they're looking for more color around that narrative. So,
Yeah, for us, we have clients scattered throughout the U.S., but we really take a lot of pride in our Atlanta-based clients because we know that if they win, we win. And proximity does play a huge role in that. It helps to be able to go up to Arby's and meet with Jeff face-to-face and review creative. Sure, you can do that through a teleconference. Technology is getting faster and faster every day, but you know how that fails us on a regular basis. So, you know, we want to be the hometown agency. We want to help Atlanta businesses rise because it raises up the entire community.
Yeah, I think you know, most good insights are simple, in my opinion, and there are a lot of people on the east coast of the United States. There's a lot of talent on the east side of the United States. I would argue that if you want to not live somewhere cold, Atlanta is the biggest and best city you can live in. People want to move where they want to live. It's a great place to live for transportation, for food, for climate. That makes a difference, and I'm sure it's in the consideration set when people choose to move here versus somewhere else. And again, in our world, it's people and talent, so geography sure does make a difference.
I would agree with that. I think it's really interesting. I was talking with someone before the panel. We're saying sometimes it's really hard to get people to move to Atlanta, but once they're here, they never want to leave. I mean, even to your point, I mean, it's a great place to raise a family. It's a great community. And there's a lot of different things to tap into. And so while we did talk about, it is a global and, you know, world where you can live virtually anywhere and do your job and be connected. So in many ways, Turner has said that we are no longer an Atlanta headquartered company. We are a global company. But I do think it matters. It is something in our DNA and something in our sauce that makes us very unique and gives us kind of a unique perspective, at least within the media world. I think to have kind of such a large base of our employees here in Atlanta. And, you know, as I said, once they're here, I think it gives us a real competitive advantage.
Yeah, and to your point, we last year sponsored E-League, which was a Turner property, which, if you're not familiar, is professional video games. The biggest venture to date on that, and the fact that we could drive to Midtown and watch it and be a part of that was important. And it was certainly not the reason that we moved forward with that partnership, but our ability to create content together and have meetings face to face was important. And I think the people that watched that were actually thrilled that we were a part of it because we created things that was with them in mind, and we couldn't have done that if we didn't work closely with your team.
I think geography probably shouldn't matter, but it does. I think there are a lot of agencies that actually are, or clients rather, in Atlanta that want to not work in Atlanta, particularly the larger clients, because they think that the agencies in New York or LA or London or Sydney are more sort of sexy or esteemed in some capacity. So that works somehow negatively for us in the agency community here. However, you know, working in the other direction, there is nothing better than having a local partner because of a coffee or a handshake or a cocktail, that, you know, that the stuff that is not typical meeting stuff, but that is more relationship stuff, I find to be invaluable to a successful professional partnership. And you just simply cannot do that over a video conference.
So are there any questions from some locals here? Ross?
Questions? Yeah. When you have a question, please tell us who you are and where you work.
I'm Fred Norris. I work for Discovery Communications. We have an office here, and I'm glad how you guys closed this panel discussion, because in my speaking with agencies and clients around town, there is that frustration is you have so many blue chip clients here, and Mercedes just moved here, and you have Porsche here, et cetera. Why isn't the bulk of their work parked here at the agencies? You know, I have these discussions with Kara and 22 and Mindshare, et cetera. So, Spence, you hit on geography, but what are the other obstacles, and how do we help change that so that we bring the talent here and that work does get parked here? To your point, the cocktails and the handshakes and the discussions help really spark the industry here and grow it to what it can be.
I don't know. I wish I knew. I think that there are lots of very senior CMO types, yourself excluded, that have been brought in from different environments, whether they're Europeans or, Hollywood types or other kind of more glam environment. Born and raised in Atlanta, quite honestly. And there is this notion, whether an antiquated notion or a justified notion, that traveling the world to visit your agencies is somehow more important and more productive than walking down the street to visit your agency. I can't put my finger on it and I can't explain it, but I know that it exists. Having experienced it myself, living in an environment in Portland, Oregon, and working on an Atlanta-based client, and having the conversation about, should we come there for the meeting, or do you want to come here for the meetings? A lot of times they want to come and explore. I mean, it's kind of the old notion of spinning the globe. The creative. Do you ever hear that theory that advertising creatives used to spin the globe and put their finger on wherever it stopped, and then write the spot to wherever their finger landed, so that they could end up going on the shoot there? It's actually true. It has happened. I don't know. I wish I knew how to foster a better handshake and cocktail culture here, particularly the latter, quite honestly.
Yeah, this is, from my perspective, a little bit of an indictment of the industry. But for as much as agencies pride themselves on differentiating your brand, and for us, operating in a position where we're number 17, I believe, in overall restaurant category, I don't think that the agencies as a whole, or agencies here, have done a good job in differentiating themselves and explaining why they're different or better, and why Atlanta as a market or their individual agency is different or better. As an example, I've sat in pitch presentations, and the format of every agency is the same. We've talked to some folks here. Everyone comes in and approaches it the exact same way. So, the blue jeans are a little bit, from different stores and all expensive. But so I think the challenge would be for whether it's folks in the media industry or folks that are on the agency side. How do you differentiate yourself? That's what you're selling, so start doing it.
Well, I think you can get a piece of the pie. It might not be the big, sexy television commercials for the new Panamera, or it might not win a Cannes Lion, but you mentioned Porsche. That's one of our clients. We do work with them. It's not the television campaigns, but it is print collateral. And I think you can get a portion of that. It might not be the agency, the traditional agency of record, but I truly believe that if you get your foot in the door and you do good work and you show prowess in other areas, you can grow that business. But with Spence, I can't, I think it is a perception thing. I think if agencies like Droga5 and Wyden are, crushing it, and you see the work that they're doing on TV, a lot of these CMOs are saying, I want that agency to do our spot, and we can't compete with that.
There is nothing more gratifying, though, than we just started working with the Atlanta Falcons. There is nothing more gratifying than having the opportunity to, I saw the client in the office yesterday, didn't even know she was going to be there, and she popped out of the conference room and gave me a big wave and a big hug, and it was just, you just don't have that kind of opportunity with other pieces of business. And to your point, I think it doesn't mean that we as an agency community need to be the AOR for Coca-Cola. First of all, there is no such thing. And secondly, there's a lot to go around. If we could do a little bit for local companies and have the opportunity to work with local companies, then it's great for our people because they get to work on great brands. It's also great for new business because they get to see on our logo sheet that we work with those terrific companies. So we all definitely try to do it. But sometimes it's a longer putt than others.
Hi, I'm Kevin Selly from Hyphen. We're like a social API partner, and we develop technology for brands and agencies. One of the things I heard you guys mention that was really exciting was adopting Silicon Valley technology and then developing it here, with the examples given of like VR and AR. Presumably drone delivery of sandwiches is like not the first thing you're gonna do. but what would you say are like some of the technologies that you're right on the cusp of adopting, and then essentially it's not quite a sexy TV spot, but a case study out of AR, VR, chatbots, something like that, could really have the impact of like very similarly to a sexy TV commercial?
Well, we just finished a virtual reality project for a bank. Who's one of our clients, and this was perhaps the hardest vertical ever to do a virtual reality project for, because if you think of VR projects, a lot of it's entertainment and gaming, but here's a bank, one of the top 5 banks coming to us saying, like, we want to do an experience in VR. And then we really, as an agency, that was quite the challenge of trying to come up with a solution. And we did, and it was very successful, and it was debuted in CBOS in Geneva. But we're just starting to get into that arena. A lot of our clients are coming to us, and they're saying, hey, VR is kind of this thing. We want to do something in VR, or augmented reality posters, or they're coming to us and they're asking these questions. We don't want to say, no, we can't do that. What we try to do is either we figure it out or we partner with the best agencies that are out there. Now, they could be in New York, LA, or London, but we'd prefer to call somebody down the street like Trick 3D, or somebody that's local, because once again, rising tide raises all boats. That's what we're trying to do to keep it in the community. But we will go out and partner with these agencies that do it very well to make sure that we get the best solution to our clients.
No, go ahead. No. I was going to say, as a content creator, we are really focused on creating a better experience for our viewers. So the experience, we used to talk about content being king. We think the experience now is as important. And so, last year in NCAA finals, we experimented with VR, and we're doing more this year as we bring those championship games to all of our viewers. And then with CNN, we're doing a lot of experimentation, a lot with drone technology, figuring out how we can capture those stories in new ways, go places that we can't send people, but to get those stories. So it's a big focus of ours, is thinking about how do we further the experience, leveraging technology to create a better consumer viewing experience, ways to consume our content in new and different ways.
Yeah, I'm going to judo your question a little bit. We don't have, I don't think, any major initiatives with VR, AR, or chatbots that's going to change the dynamic of how people interact with Arby's over the next year. I could be wrong. Things could change. But
that's what you think.
Scoop.
For me, the biggest technological innovation in the last 10 years has been Uber for me. Going from not being able to get a car to being able to get a car to go anywhere from anywhere. It doesn't get talked about as much in the brand new technology, but as an example, I believe AKQA out of Atlanta did the Delta app, or does the Delta app, and obviously Delta out of Delta does the Delta app. That's something that everyone that flies on Delta across the world uses. So I think there are utilities like that are actually having more impact than most people don't realize. But not getting as much coverage as the one-off VR thing that a media company might be doing as an activation, because it doesn't have that new sex appeal. So again, if you run it through the lens of what's going to affect the most people and change their lives in a positive way, I think there's more things than you realize that come out of here.
I love the general aspect of what is going to be next, meaning no one really knows it. AR, VR, those are the predictable ones, and everybody sort of now, table stakes, you got to kind of have a profile in some capacity. Or the aforementioned Charles, our innovation guy, we gave him a brief. It takes 2.5, no, listen, if any of you touch Charles, I'm going to come after you, because this guy is going to, he is.
So you questioned his job security 20 minutes ago.
First of all, Charles and I worked together at Virgin America. I am single-handedly responsible for moving Charles and his wife and children to Atlanta to be the one and only innovation guy in J. Walter Thompson's history. I take an awful lot of pride of having the guy here, and I love the man. The brief we gave him was Shell Oil is one of our clients, Shell Retail is one of our clients. It takes 2.5 minutes to fill your tank up with gas. How could you, and this is why I like innovation, because this is not, we didn't tell him, here, we need a VR story for Shell. We said, what can we do at the pump to change people's experience of pumping their gas? Because we all kind of do the same thing. We all stand there, or we go into the store, or we open up every single one of our doors and get out all the shit that our kids have put in the side of all the doors to throw it away. We do a cursory whatever we do, and then we're done. But, you know, that's a captive 2.5 minutes for a lot of people, and that's a heck of a brief. And he is so excited about that. So I can't say, in our case, what the specific tech is going to be. I don't even know what he's going to come up with. But I'm so excited, because that could literally change the way that Shell positions itself over other competitive gas stations.
I just want to add, I turned mine off. One other thing, and this is kind of drafting off of the judo. So, but we haven't talked a lot about a big engine in Atlanta, and that is B2B companies. You know, a lot of times we just talk about the consumer-facing brands, and those are important too, but a lot of the technologies, really innovation coming out of Atlanta is around financial tech, cybersecurity, you know, these industries that don't necessarily have direct consumer-facing plays, but it's obviously the marketing and the business development around them are equally as important. And again, I'd kind of give the example of where I think Atlanta has some opportunity is you can look at like a MailChimp, where that isn't it's B2C now, but it really started, it was B2B, it was our email platform, and they've done such a good job being relevant to the consumer, even though the consumer for, most of the time in the early stages didn't even know they were using them. So I think for marketers and creatives, it's like, how do you take B2B brands and make them relevant to the consumer? And the reason that I'm interested in that is more so because you now have to reach talent even through a lens of a consumer. So you've got companies here like NCR and First Data that are, entirely innovative and growing at lightning speed, and they're having a hard time attracting talent. And so we have a lot of conversations about how can you become cool and relevant to the talent, meeting them as consumers. It's a whole new way to look at it, but there's a lot of opportunity to be creative and kind of turn that on its head if you're working with these clients. So just wanted to make that little.
Okay.
I think,
yeah.
if I could just
Is there
say,
one point?
I'm a New Yorker who lives in Connecticut, so I'm technically a New Englander, and I just want to say I was rooting for you guys, and I'm really, really sorry.
Whatever, Joe. It's too soon, buddy. Hey,
Thanks,
can I
Joe.
say one more? Can I say one more thing before we close? If you guys are around tomorrow night and you want to see all the great work that's coming out of Atlanta and out of this community, the Atlanta Addies are tomorrow night at the Fox Theater. So you guys should come out. You can see what we've been talking about. What we do. Arby's is up for an award, fingers crossed. And so come check it out, and you can see how we can compare to other cities around the United States.
Well, thank you, and I think that's a good start for the agenda today, so
It's terrific. Thank you, guys.
go Atlanta.
Thank you. Great panel. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Pleasure of introducing our keynote this morning. Please, if you're going to have conversations, please take them outside. Just take our conversations outside if you would. Thanks. I appreciate it. Well. Okay, I'd like to invite our keynote panel to take the stage, please. We've got to get going along to the next session. So as we noted in our description, this next presentation really is more than just a keynote. We have 4 members here from Coca-Cola, from the technology and marketing departments at Coca-Cola, who are going to take us through the world of connected Coca-Cola, which is the global brand's internal communication system, which is both an internal strategy as well as a digital ecosystem. So, Please, everyone, if you would, take your conversations outside. Thank you very much. But please also give a warm welcome to Corinne, Joe, Lizzie, and Nathan as they take us through the world of connected Coca-Cola. Thank you.
It's on. Good morning. Hi. So, thank you so very much for having us this morning. We are here from the Coca-Cola Company and predominantly the digital platforms and innovation team for Coca-Cola North America. And we're really excited to talk to you a bit about how we're thinking about the digital ecosystem. Firstly, I also would like to thank MediaPost, OMMA Atlanta for inviting us to be here. We're very excited to be here talking to our local Atlanta audience. Let's see if we can switch to the slideshow. Thank you. Clickers. So we're here today to discuss the world of connected Coca-Cola. And when we first were exploring this opportunity of getting to come and speak to the community, we were really challenged with the question, how might we talk to our local Atlanta media industry colleagues and experts about how what type of program we can deliver to you guys that talks a little bit about how the sum is greater than all of its parts. Is that the quote? I always mess up that quote.
That works.
Okay. It's a work in progress. The point is that it's a work in progress, and we're here really to talk to you about the fragmentation of how we're working across the organization from a digital perspective. So today, we are here with an intention to inspire and excite you. How is the Coca-Cola Company, from a North American perspective, taking a look at digital and how it's impacting consumers? We're here to give you a bit of a deeper understanding of our roles across digital platforms and innovation. Again, working from a North American perspective, our team here that's represented today, we work across brands, partners, and customers. So we do have a holistic portfolio perspective on how marketing technology and digital is affecting our business. And third, we really are here to share learnings with you. So we want to give you some actionable insights into how we've contemplated the strategy around marketing technology as it relates to our brands and how we're reaching out to consumers. So our cast, we'll each introduce ourselves. My name is Corinne Baker, and I work as a digital engagement manager on the Coca-Cola business, predominantly brand-facing.
Hi, I'm Lizzie Nephew. I'm the Senior Manager of Marketing Technology, working across customers, brands, and partners.
Good morning. My name is Joe Beachley, and I look after our innovation efforts within marketing tech.
And I'm Nathan Tuggle. I'm a Senior Manager of Strategic Marketing Business Development, and I primarily work on activating programs for our customer and partner organization.
Great. So we're going to take you through our agenda today. We're going to talk to you a little bit about the connected world. So I'm just going to give you the baseline and set the stage for how we're thinking about digital and some of the trends that we're seeing from our lens. Then Lizzie and Joe are going to take you through our strategy as it relates to marketing technology and innovation. Nathan's going to join Joe to walk through some case studies on innovation, brands, and customers, how we're partnering, what the market is seeing. And then finally, we're going to close it all up with some learnings and some action steps. Sound good? So our connected world, I think one point of view that we love to share and talk about around the office is that it's very obvious to those of us working in this space, we're not necessarily digital marketers, we are marketing in a digital world. So a pure ecosystem perspective is really what drives our questions, and the bigger ones especially around how might we, and how can we reimagine the way that we're communicating with consumers. We're here to discuss really digital acceleration across ecosystems for consumers, but especially across our business. And at Coca-Cola, that has some key staple touch points for us. So the first being obviously our consumers, our drinkers. We love our consumers. Consumers are checking their mobile devices 150 times a day. We're aware of this stat, and I try to think about that. What does that mean? If you really think about that, and I was just contextualizing for myself, so bear with me. What if you high-fived your best friend 150 times a day? Just think about that, or anyone in your life. That would be really establishing a very special relationship that would have room for so many nuances and so much emotional connection in addition to just functionality. Getting excited, I'm giving myself a little upbeat. So just think about that, 150 times a day. What that also means for consumers is that their experience with digital is becoming frictionless. They're moving through ecosystems and especially paths to purchase in a way that we've never seen before and that we really need to address, and we want to be there in the appropriate spaces. Secondly, we're thinking about our retailers, who are also our customers and our partners. Their business models are shifting. Point of sale is just the start of it. By 2018, 90% of in-store purchases will be driven or influenced, I should say, by a digital touch point. Just think about that, 90% of in-store purchases. That's huge for our partners and our customers. From a branded perspective, our brands, their personalities, we're thinking about the micro moments. How do you intercept a consumer during their life, in those moments, during different parts of their day, in order to really share something special that the brand, the personality, and ultimately our delicious portfolio of beverages can provide? And finally, we're really capturing all of the opportunity for the Coca-Cola footprint. So there's a vast array of opportunity across our system related to digital acceleration here. Now, we haven't got here overnight, and this chart is just a brief evolution of digital milestones, but also I'd like to point out digital marketing technologies that are really driving those milestones over about the past 15 years. We've seen a trend in the transition starting with information, then starting into how we communicate. We're driving through social channels. And as we're getting more towards current state, we're seeing at the core of everything really digital functionality. So I'm not only present digitally in a consumer's life, but I need to play a specific role, and I need to do it at the right time, in the right place, and in the right way. This is leading to fragmentation. So for a consumer, my path to purchase can look so incredibly complex depending on who I am, what I'm using, what I'm reading, what I'm seeing. We're seeing an always-on presence where consumers are consistently bombarded with messaging. It's an opportunity, but it's also a challenge for how we're breaking through that. We're also seeing that the path to purchase is really dynamic. A consumer might start at one point and drop off. They might not say, I want to buy something. They might say, oh, how do I hydrate myself after a workout, for instance? So we're seeing a fragmentation and a dynamic path to purchase. We're seeing a lot of opportunity here, but also a lot of challenges across the ecosystem. And when we think across, again, just from our perspective on digital platforms, the portfolio, our brands, but also our partners and our assets, we really have a complex universe to address here through marketing technology. So Lizzie is going to kick off talking a little bit more about that strategy, about how we're thinking of marketing technology and digital marketing in the context of the digital evolution.
Thanks, Corinne. So I'm really excited to talk to you about our strategy today and just kind of dive into some of the complexities and the ways that we're looking at this as a team. So first of all, our role really is to be able to create engaging experiences for our consumers, our customers, our partners, and our brands all alike. As Corinne was mentioning, the path to purchase is completely different for each of these locations. So you're able to purchase our products at a vending machine, at a gas station, at a retailer location, at a food service spot. So there's a lot of different locations, and each of them have a different way that you purchase. The way that we're looking at digital is that it's the channel to help us impact that business and be able to drive that. So through data and technology, we're seeing that it allows us to connect with the consumer before, during, and after the purchase. We're also seeing it as a way to innovate in our products, in our business models, as well as in our capabilities. And then also we're looking for ways to improve our operations. And that allows us really to have a firm foundation to be able to scale our capabilities. So as we test new technology with one brand or maybe one partner, we're able to learn and then be able to evolve that for the future. So within a click's reach of desire. So as you start to notice, as a consumer yourselves, everything that you're doing on your mobile device is making it a lot easier to purchase or even on a website. So at this point, you can click once, you can order online and skip skip the line when you arrive. You're able to swipe once and make a purchase. So our goal as a company is to find a way to create a more frictionless process for transaction and a more seamless experience as well across our different types of touch points. Where you see this really coming to life for our customers and partners would be, for example, the Chick-fil-A app. You're able to order in advance and skip the line. Same with Dunkin' Donuts. So how are we able to, as a company, create an experience that removes the friction for our consumers? And that's a question that we're asking ourselves on a daily basis. A couple places that we're really finding this to be impactful for our business would be in the mobile space. So if you think about the way we shop these days, you're planning your purchases before you get to the store. You're probably looking up coupons in advance. You have your shopping list on your mobile device, and then maybe you're going to the store. At this point, you can do all of your shopping online and have it be delivered in 2 days. So that's a place that is really impacting our customers as well as our consumers and ourselves. So we're looking a lot into the mobile space as to how we can be a part of that conversation. Next would really be proximity. Proximity and data are definitely important for creating relevancy for our consumers. If you're talking to me and what you're talking about is completely irrelevant for my life, I'm probably going to stop listening because it's going to feel more like you're just talking at me rather than having a conversation. Now, through data, we're able to understand more about who you are. We're able to understand your location and also even the weather, and think about how weather drives purchases these days. So these are 2 key places that we're trying to innovate and that we're really looking at to kind of optimize the experiences that we have across brands, customers, and consumers. As we're looking at technology and innovation, we try to take a 70-20-10 approach. So 10% is truly innovation. It's looking at something that's completely new with fresh eyes, trying to find a way to pull it into our system and do something different. Next would be the 20%. So typically this is where we've already started doing some pilots and we're already testing something new, and we're trying to kind of work through the kinks and optimize the user experience, and then also test out what's working and what's not working. So you can see that in an example for a mobile wallet campaign that we did last year. You know, we started in one location and then we started building off of that experience, so we were able to optimize it, and now we feel like this is something that's more in our 70%. 70% are the things that we've tested, we've proven out, and we feel like we're able to scale to customers, partners, and brands. So these are the things that maybe we can do as a more widespread experience that we feel like we found ways to have it be a little bit more successful. So that's one way that we look at technology. The other way is through the eyes of the consumer. So technology is really the base, and it's a channel to be able to have these experiences. But if you're not having a consumer-centric approach, then you're not going to be successful. It's just another piece of technology. So to help us do that, we ask ourselves three questions before we start working on a new project. One, is it going to solve a problem? Is it going to make something more convenient, easier, or is it going to solve something that is sort of a pain point for our consumers or our brands? Next, does it add value to the consumer? So think about what's adding value in your life when it comes to technology. How do we imitate that, or how do we learn from what they're doing? And then the next one is prioritizing business growth. So of course, as a company, we need to make sure that we're finding a way to prioritize our business growth, but that doesn't always have to be in the basic way that you think about driving someone to a store. There are other ways you can prioritize your business growth as well, and that's where we start to get to innovation. So I'm gonna hand this off now to Joe and Nathan, who are going to talk more about how we do our innovation and then share with you some of our exciting case studies.
So one of the problems that we face in technology and specifically in innovation is that we go after the shiny new objects. And the reason we have these three up here is to make sure that people understand we're not just going after shiny objects. We're trying to solve problems, add value to our consumers, and then ultimately we want to lean towards transactions. So let's talk about what are the problems that we're trying to solve for consumers. So first is inconvenience for consumers. We know all of you are consumers of products, and you know that there's inconvenience related to the consumption or the purchase or the interaction with that product. So we want to try and solve for that. Second, everybody here has probably realized that it's a bit of a mess where you work, and it's a bit of a mess where we work as well. And so we want to solve for those internal inefficiencies so we can have a more frictionless engagement with our consumers. Lastly, are we clicking? There we go. So this one's my favorite. It's the most exciting because if you think about the smartphone, did we lose? If you think about the smartphone, somebody in 2007 had a vision. His name was Steve Jobs, and he saw that this was going to be in everyone's pocket, right? And he could see that this was a piece of technology that was going to change the world. And the best part about what I'm doing right now is looking for that next piece of technology. What is going to be the game changer? What's going to be in everybody's pocket? And getting that into the Coca-Cola company and interacting with that and learning about it so we can engage with our customers through that channel before anybody else. And then lastly, one of my favorite phrases is genius steals. So we should not be afraid to imitate success where we see it elsewhere. So we've taken a view of about 40 different technologies that met those first three criteria, right, that solve some sort of problem, that add value to a consumer, and that will eventually lean towards a transaction. And we ran them through a prioritization matrix, right? So we looked at, is it efficient? Does it reduce time for consumers? Is it something that we can scale? And then we also ran it through, the other axis there is the effort, right? What does it take to build this? What does it take to maintain it? What's the time? And so we scored all of these different technologies, and you'll see if you've ever worked with a consultant, this is their favorite chart, right? Look in the top right corner because those are low effort and high benefit, and those are the technologies that we're focused on right now. So you'll see that there are some in red. Those are that we have existing pilots taking place, and so this has helped us internally make the argument that we're not chasing shiny objects, that we're being strategic about the technologies we choose. And I believe I'm going to turn it over to Nathan.
Thanks, Joe. No, thank you. So it's been good for us to help describe our philosophy on digital and the way that we prioritize the technologies that we're going to test and pilot. But we also want to make sure we have the opportunity to share with you all how we've translated that into actual programs that have been supporting both our brands and our customers. And so we have the benefit, the gift and the curse actually, of having scale. So when we do pilot something, we can learn very quickly. However, it also gets a very large exposure, especially when we talk about the opportunity to test something on packaging. And that is what our first example that supported a brand program was, which was the Sprite program that was present last summer called Obey Your Verse. Obey Your Verse was all about reaching out to the Sprite core consumer, which is the multicultural millennial. It was focused around the hip-hop theme of supporting or putting lyrics onto the cans and bottles from Tupac, Missy Elliott, and J. Cole. And this was an opportunity for us to partner with the brand to incorporate image recognition, which was a byproduct of some of the innovation work that had been done over the previous several months, and apply it into this program. So essentially the way that it worked, and without having any call to action on the product, we were able to, through some other media support, encourage consumers to scan each of these cans and bottles. And when they scanned it, there was an image recognition vendor that we partnered with that then dropped them into a mobile web experience that allowed them to collect prizes for each of the cans that they scanned. And it also included prizes if you collected all 16 or scanned all 16 cans. And so this is how we kind of take some of the technology that we've been piloting on our own corner of the building and then deploy it across some of our brand programs to drive engagement. And then with this program, it was very successful. This was the first time we've done this type of program on packaging. And again, it had no call to action specifically listed on the bottles and cans themselves. However, we did see that consumers engaged with it at about twice the rate that we expected them to when this program was in market, which was very great for us to see. And so then we decided to pull it forward, given that we were green-lighted, given this success, into a campaign that just recently launched in partnership with one of our assets, which is the March Madness program, and our bracket refresh program, which has recently started. So you can imagine that as our consumer base, especially when we focus from a digital conversation and the younger audience that we're trying to reach, and you think about the way that they would engage with the Micro Rewards program in the past, they would have to hand code in the 14-digit code that lived underneath the cap. And though we have millions and millions of consumers that take those actions every day, it does, we do need to figure out a new way to streamline that. I think the term that we use internally, and you've heard us mention a few times here, is to make the experience frictionless. So how can we do that? So we took that image recognition technology that was used on the Sprite program and now have applied it to recognize the caps underneath the codes of our product. And that's being incorporated into this program that's gone live just this week. So the bracket refresh program essentially is a way for you to scan a code, again, through your mobile device, through the native camera on your mobile device, and then you're entered into this March Madness competition where you're awarded a team. And then if you if your bracket busts, you can scan another code and be given another team as an opportunity to keep playing. So I encourage all of you to go experience it now, and you'll see it on our site, coke.com/offers. But again, just another way that we've kind of taken something that was tested in a safe environment, applied to packaging, and then given that success, pulled forward into additional programming moving forward. And that's how we support some of our brand programs, but we also have the responsibility to partner with our customers on both the retail and the food service side to deliver this digital innovation that we've been working on to help grow their business as well. And so many of you are familiar with the Coca-Cola Freestyle machines. You've seen them grow in their exposure and their footprint both across food service and cinema channels as well as other places recently. And there's a different team within Coca-Cola that manages Freestyle from an operations standpoint. But we have an opportunity to partner with them from a digital perspective, given that there is a Coca-Cola Freestyle app, to introduce promotions such as this, which is what we call the Pour 5, Get 5 program, where if you download the Coca-Cola Freestyle app and pour 5 drinks at a Coca-Cola Freestyle machine, you have a chance to get a Amazon gift card. And so there's a lot of underlying technology that is powering this, and our team is working along with the Freestyle team to help make this program possible. But just another example, given that our customers will see added benefit of this program, given that the experience is occurring in their respective locations, is important for us to show the value that we can add to those who are selling products on Coca-Cola's behalf. And with that, I will hand it back to Corinne.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So, taking action. Hopefully what we've showcased to you is giving you some perspective on how busy we are. We are very busy, and how hard we are driving to really bring this holistic perspective of a digital environment for our consumers, our customers, our retailers, our partners to life on behalf of our brands and the portfolio at the Coca-Cola Company. Again, when we were given the question, I'm going to take another run at this quote, delivering something in which the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. This is really how we are, I was talking about that a lot last night as we practiced. This is really how we're thinking about digital at Coca-Cola. And there are a lot of pieces. The fragmentation that we discussed earlier is evident internally as well as externally in terms of where technology is driving across our teams, which brands lead, which brands make the most sense to go out into the market and really deliver consumers in that most innovative way, but then ultimately how we can impact the business. So with that in mind, we have pulled together a handful of learnings for discussion that we'll just loop through as we move into the Q&A. So firstly, learning how and where your audience wants to connect and finding ways to adapt to their wants and needs is crucial. Very basic, very fundamental, but always where we start, where are consumers? What is the function of this technology and innovation for our consumers? Secondly, embracing innovation. So Lizzie referenced our 70-20-10 model that we use, that 10%. What is that will drive across all parts of your business, products, operation, the marketing business models, and more? So really, what is that 10% that can just push the envelope a little bit further? Those, again, are leading back to our how might we questions that we surface on a daily basis across our team. Developing a test and learn approach that embraces multiple iterations and failing quickly is huge for us. As Nathan touched on, we drive quite a bit of scale across our brands. So really figuring out where the right place within your business and your brand portfolio to test and learn is again a very crucial step, and getting alignment across the business and an understanding that this could go really well and it could really fall on its face, and gaining alignment that that's okay, and how are we going to learn and drive from those iterations has been huge for us and our team as we work internally with our brands and partners. Recognizing that technology and innovation alone doesn't create excitement, that relevance is key. So how are we addressing fragmentation to tie that together? It has to be relevant, it has to serve a function. And finally, becoming relevant by solving problems for your audience, which is building that deeper relationship. We want to high five 300 times with all of our consumers every single day. That would be great. from a technology perspective. We would love that. And then we would love our consumers to enjoy a refreshing beverage from across the portfolio, a beverage of their choice, and able to really empower our connected Coca-Cola perspective. So with that, we'd like to open it up to Q&A. And again, many thanks to you guys for being here today and to MediaPost for having us. Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone. Thank you very much. I think we have a question here from our own Joe Mandisi right here. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all that. It's really impressive that you have so much going on. So this is a question doesn't relate specifically to Coca-Cola, but it's something I think about all brand marketers, pursuit of frictionless lifestyles, right? So, I mean, in a way, you're the most frictionless brand in the world. People enjoy your brand by interacting with it, opening a can or a bottle. You were the first to do frictionless distribution. You probably created the vending machine as we know it. So I'm trying to figure out, like, are we making things too frictionless? So my example is more like Starbucks. And now they also have the instant ordering where you don't have to wait online. But I also notice people actually like hanging out in Starbucks, and that's part of the whole experience. They're there. So my question to you is, can you create too frictionless an experience with the consumer where they're not even really interacting with your brand the way they want to? They like holding, interacting with, grabbing, looking at your products. So I'm just curious if you learned anything about that.
So I would say, yes, we were very frictionless for many years. Then, as we began to integrate digital with our consumer experience, we put more friction in the way. We put these codes under the caps, and we said, we'll give you rewards if you enter these codes. Well, the codes were printed with a dot matrix printer, and they were in different fonts and on different colors, and they're slightly askew, and it's just a mess, right? So we added that friction there in the way. Another example is we tried to digitize our NASCAR experience, and we found that we put ourselves in the way, and a consumer did not want to create an account while they're at the track. And so I feel like we have added a little bit of friction, right, with the advent of digital, and so we are doing our best now to remove that. So I would challenge you guys. This is pretty exciting technology. Nathan wasn't doing a cartwheel when he told you this, but he should have. When you guys go and scan these codes under the cap, we're talking, it's not just optical character recognition, because we're working with several different fonts under many different cap sizes and different colors. There are neural networks out there. We're leveraging Google's TensorFlow. This is pretty exciting. So when you go to coke.com/bracketrefresh today and enter the code into your cap and scan it, it's pretty exciting stuff. So that right there is a piece of friction that we created ourselves because there was a benefit to the consumer, but then we found a way to remove it. And so does that fully answer your question? I'm not sure. I mean, I think a fully frictionless experience is what I think that's what consumers want. Yeah, I would say that's my opinion. I'm going to let the rest of this group chime in.
I'd love to take a run at that from a brand marketer lens. To Joe's point, I think it's really easy as marketers to continuously puff our chests and want to get in the way of sometimes consumers enjoying our products, right? So when we think about, you ask the question, have you made it frictionless? I think about you in a couple ways. I can think about you as in me. I'm a marketer who's driving all of this technology and adding codes and friction, and I have boxes to check and a path to purchase that is optimal and following best practices. But then if I really take a step back and think you as in our brand, as in the actual liquid product that a consumer wants to consume and enjoy because they've decided to purchase one of our beverages to enhance their life, I need to get out of the way. So can we be too frictionless? I think the only time you can really be too frictionless is if a consumer has completely lost the personality and essence of the brand that they're consuming and that experience that the brand is promising for them. So that would be my more of a marketer take on that.
Hi, I'm Peter Ryan from Aaron's. Just a quick question on the marketing technologies per se and the platforms. What are the specific platforms and marketing tech that you guys are really focusing on right now? I know it's like, well, we can just say social or whatever. I mean, all that are apps and things like that, but the specific technologies that you guys as a marketing organization and digital are really zeroed in on right now. Thank you.
I would say the places that we're really focused on right now would be a couple major hubs. So one would be taking another stab at the brand website and that as a hub to be able to drive people and be able to have those interactions. I would also say the mobile space. So working through how to make that mobile experience be as seamless and frictionless as possible. So you're thinking mobile wallet, you're thinking the scanning capability. So how do we make it so you can engage with us in a way that is easier and is at your fingertips? So rather than having to have a long drawn out experience as well. So those are two places that we're working in a lot right now. So really mobile, proximity, mobile wallet, and also kind of taking another stab at our web presence as well.
And I would say that's the 70 and the 10 and possibly parts of the 20. We're looking at connected Coca-Cola, so literally connecting our products, whether that's through scanning codes under cap or scanning labels like we've done with Sprite and some things that I can't talk about yet, but connecting our products to consumers in a more digital way. That's one of the priorities for innovation. I would say the second is digitization of our experiences, right? So you think about, we're out there a lot in the market with sampling and with our sports marketing and our experiential and our sampling, and I just said sampling, but sampling, there's a lot of sampling. And we're not engaging with consumers digitally while we're out there, so taking those experiences and just adding that little bit of digital, that digitization is I think one thing that we're playing around with and beginning to master and then hand off and make it something that's in our 70.
I would just add to that, since I serve our customer and partner organizations, and this isn't a very specific answer for you, but we are also looking to map across those couple of hundred customers that are selling our products, where they are in their respective digital marketing journeys and what technologies they have, to look for integration opportunities between what we're building and where they are, whether it be across mobile, social, or otherwise. And so that's my responsibility, is to kind of figure out and understand what they've been testing, to understand where the partnership opportunity is from a piloting perspective based upon what this team is doing.
Question in front. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Jeff with Resolution. Hope everybody's Wi-Fi is working. The great sizzle, great connections with the consumer. I see you're building some first-party audience data. Talk to me about stake. How are you measuring revenue? How are you proving that digital investments are driving Coke sales? Do you have a true ROI on digital, attribution processes, et cetera?
Sure. So we can't talk distinctly about revenue and sales, but we would be happy to just point you to our public financial documents for that information. That's how we're measuring a lot of that impact. We work tirelessly for ROI internally, and we hold ourselves accountable to similar, I would say, frameworks and paradigms to our 70-20-10 that we use for ROI and attribution. With each piece of new marketing technology you see, that is always one of the first questions we have to ask is, will there be ROI? We have our internal benchmarks for that, and we all need to be running towards the same goal. That's where, from that strategic perspective, when we do understand that, from a CPG perspective, digital currently, I believe it's claiming about 1% of revenue across CPG, and it's looking to grow to 5% by 2018, and that was an eMarketer stat. So we're really looking at that to prove that out from an ROI perspective. It's a question we ask all the time, but we can't answer specifically here. Thank you.
I'd also say we've got a group called Marketing Futures who's looking at the future of marketing and new ways, not just to, not digital and new technology, but new ways to measure those, to find more effective routes. Programmatic is a huge push for this group. So I would say that there's a lot of work around that and to specifically fine tune those areas.
Hi, I'm Jamie Jarbo from C-Sense. I've been seeing Coca-Cola in the news quite a bit recently, centering around the reworking of the Coca-Cola rewards and loyalty program. And with personalization being such a hot topic in the industry right now, does your team envision creating this revamped program to be completely unique to each individual Coca-Cola loving consumer?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the My Coke Rewards program, we're very excited to be taking the Coca-Cola brand as well as our portfolio of brands into a future program that increases our engagement with consumers in a more active way, and personalization could potentially be a part of that. What you can see now that's live that we can show you as an effort would be the NCAA bracket refresh that's coming out with some of that example, and that web experience might drive and answer some of that question for you a little bit, as well as some fall football programming that we will be having coming out in the fall. So we are pushing into that instant gratification experience for consumers, which will kind of have that level of personalization around it. But beyond that, we just have to wait and let you see.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Obviously, there's very limited amount that we can share as it relates to the program, but as Corinne was mentioning, Coke.com/offers, and I've been working on the programs that are live there, at least from a creative perspective, can show you the leap that we're making for what the consumer experience will be, from what My Coke Rewards is to where the new experience is going. And so I would definitely recommend taking a look at that, and it kind of shows you there's already a few examples there that are streamlining the way that the consumers are experiencing loyalty with Coca-Cola. But again, unfortunately, we can't go into detail on that one.
Question? Oh. Yeah, go ahead in the back.
Scott Christopher with McCullen Company, a media agency up in Roswell. My question is around the new, I guess it's not very new, but the tagline, "Taste the Feeling." Just if y'all can give us some insight into just Coca-Cola marketing, how was that rolled out internally in terms of when y'all found out and how that was done? And then for your team, if you all are working on activations of that tagline for what y'all work on.
Okay, so we were just having a sidebar. So I joined the company post the introduction of Taste the Feeling, but it will answer the second part of your question, and it actually dovetails well from the last question as well. So Taste the Feeling, of course, introduced this portfolio messaging that we were working to incorporate across all of our content. And the challenge to us as we were going into this evolution of our loyalty program was to incorporate Taste the Feeling as it is into what the consumer experience would be, so that My Coke Rewards doesn't stand alone as its own creative experience that's separate from what the consumer's seeing across all these other touch points. And so, not to seem like a broken record, but when you go to Coke.com/offers and see those experiences, it's using the photography that is a byproduct of Taste the Feeling is what is being used on that new loyalty platform and loyalty experience. And so it's the way that our team is directly involved in applying it to what we do every day. And of course, there's other content teams across the system that are doing it in other ways.
Well, and I would just say that Taste the Feeling is a great way for us to look at technology as well, because when we start to look at technology as being the core of what you're working on, you start to get out of what the consumer is actually trying to achieve when they're interacting with your brands and with your products. So if you think about Taste the Feeling, it makes us have to put a lens of brand on everything that we're doing. So when you're building an experience, it's not just we want to do scanning, but how do we do scanning in a way so that you have an experience as a consumer that is beautiful, it is on brand, and it really helps you connect with the brand in an emotional way rather than just thinking, wow, that's really cool technology. It gets back to the heart of what we're trying to do, and I feel like that's a lesson that we can kind of all take away from the Taste the Feeling campaign.
And finally, just to touch on your question about how that's rolled out internally, you can also see in the market that Taste the Feeling was released in Europe before it came to North America. So there is a broader arc, not only across the North American portfolio and business, but also the global business as well, to really bring this seamless experience from the creative perspective.
Hi, I'm Kevin Selly from Hyphen again. I guess first of all, like props to you guys because you're doing some really amazing stuff and you make it look super easy. So Joe, thanks for like that aside of like that was super hard. This is not a simple thing to do because like that context I think is really important. I'm really interested in what you're saying about applying like inputs from digital towards product innovation. Can I ask like what sort of signals you guys are looking for? If you can share, is it about releasing new products, acquiring new companies, that sort of stuff, or is it related to packaging or something else?
So that's a great question because innovation takes place all over the company. So there's package design, there's flavors, there's supply chain. I sit in marketing tech, so I'm not only North America, but strategic marketing, digital platforms. So I have a very narrow lens into innovation, which is marketing technology. So I look for new technologies to engage with our consumers or new ways to utilize our existing technologies. So I'm sorry, I can't really speak too much, but there's all kinds of cool things about coolers and new product sizes and flavors, and I wish yeah, actually, that would be fun to go like do an innovation exchange, to go work in the flavors day and have my packaging day. But yeah, so I'm really focused and narrow in marketing tech.
There is one thing that's really exciting that you can also read about for Sprite that came from the freestyle work that they've been doing, which is they actually developed a flavor, freestyle, through the freestyle work and recognizing what most people were pouring from the machine, and so they created Sprite Cherry out of that. So they actually developed a product based on the actions that our consumers were taking through the app and with that machine, and that's a really cool way of a person, just a human, being able to impact what an entire company is focused on producing, which is really cool. Yeah.
I have a question. Are you experimenting with like AI and machine learning, like chatbots at all, specifically?
Yes.
Can you expand on that a little bit, or not really?
I can tell you we have a decision tree type chatbot right now that is virtual customer service on our website. That was Coca-Cola's first foray into chatbots. It's not true proper AI. It scans for words that the consumer types in and then pulls the best answers that it can find. We have a couple of things that we are working on that are both decision tree and AI based chatbot potential. I will say that there's a lot of potential there. The problem I have is people often come to me and say, I want to do chatbots, or let's do beacons, or my boss told me I have to do augmented reality. So I put together a nice big deck about augmented reality and showed it to them, and he's like, what is this? I don't even know what this is. How are we going to apply this? So that's why we set up those 3 guiding principles, right? The first thing is let's solve a problem. Let's not look at something shiny. We have found a few problems that we think chatbots might be able to help us solve. So yes, but that's all I can really talk about now. But yes, we are exploring those.
But you have one now that exists that is public facing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. His name is Chip.
Chip,
and
okay.
Or her. Chip could be gender neutral. And Chip sits currently on mycokerewards.com. I think have we moved Chip to any other? Not yet. Okay. So Chip, you can go and interact with Chip. It's pretty simple stuff. Like I can't enter my code. Chip tells you how to get a new replacement code, or I forgot my password. Chip sends you through the password reset flow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Chip's gotten a lot smarter over time because we've fed him some good info. Or her.
Cool. So we could take one more question, I think. Did I see one in the back? Did someone have their hand raised? If not. Okay. Well, Corinne, Lizzie, Joe, Nathan, thank you guys very much. That's great. All right, folks, we've arrived at a coffee break. So please, we'll see you back here at 11:30 for our next presentation. All right, thank you.
sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Lighten up while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand. Take it easy. Well, I'm standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, and such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if you're sweet in love. wasting our time on cheap talk and wine. Left us so little to give. That same old crowd was like a cold dark cloud that we could never rise above. But here in my heart, I give you the best of my love. Oh, sweet darling, you get the best of my love. You get the best of my love. Oh, sweet darling, you get the best of my love. You get the best of my love. I'm going back in time and it's a sweet dream. It was a quiet night and I would be alright if I could go on sleeping. But every morning I wake up and worry what's gonna happen today. You see it your way, I see it mine, but we both see it slipping away. You know we always had each other, baby. I guess that wasn't enough. But here in my heart, I give you the best of my love. Oh, sweet these things that are pleasing you hurt you somehow. Don't you draw the queen of diamonds, boy. She'll beat you if she's able. You know the queen of hearts is always your best bet. Now it seems to me some fine things have been laid upon your table, but you only want the ones you can't get. Desperado, oh, you ain't getting no younger. Your pain and your hunger, they're driving you home. And freedom, oh freedom, well that's just some people talking. Your prison is walking through this world all alone. Don't your feet get cold in the wintertime? The sky won't snow and the sun won't shine. It's hard to tell the nighttime from the day. You're losing all your highs and lows. Ain't it funny how the feeling
check one, 2, 3. Check one, check 1, 2, 3. Well, I heard that. Check one, check 1, 2, 3. What? Check one, check one.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. Next up, we're gonna continue with our theme of Atlanta marketing and culture. Our next presentation this morning is a case study from the people's perceptions about this city. Please welcome to the stage Andrew Wilson, Executive Vice President and CMO of the Atlanta Convention and Visitors Bureau. Andrew? Oh.
Good morning, everybody. I just met one of my fellow brothers from Africa there, Patrick, handling the AV. I'm a white African American. That explains my accent, if it needed any explanation. Interestingly, the panel in the beginning of the day was a nice setup for this discussion, where we were learning that the perception of Atlanta in the business community, the marketing community, the advertising community is not as hot as maybe those of us who live here would like it to be. So a bit about myself. I'm the CMO for the Atlanta Convention and Visitors Bureau. We are responsible for marketing and promoting the city of Atlanta for conventions and for tourism. The hospitality industry in Atlanta is a $15 billion industry. After healthcare, it's the largest industry in the state. We brought 51 million visitors to the metro area in 2016. So it's a pretty big business. However, I work for this, not for the city of Atlanta, but for the ACVB. It's a non-profit organization. And we are responsible solely for marketing the city of Atlanta. And the city of Atlanta is a little village. It's 550,000 population in the metro area. And there's a lot of discordant voices around the metro area. Just as a show of hands, how many people here live in the city of Atlanta? Oh, it's not bad, but it's just round about half, I would say. So one of our challenges is that a lot of people who live in the metro area, maybe work in the city of Atlanta, don't really even know their own city very well. And they have families and friends all over the country, and they unfortunately help propagate that message that we often hear, which is there's not a lot to do in Atlanta. So what I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to try and cram a lot, a marketing campaign that took a year in construction and still is actually being executed. I'm going to do it a huge disservice by cramming it all into 30 minutes. But hopefully if you ask any questions, I've got my team here who can answer, because I just stand up here and talk to you. But what we're going to cover is what the challenge we're trying to solve with this campaign. The goals, who our audience we're targeting, the sort of the creative inspiration for this campaign, and then get into a little bit the execution, because it's multi-channel, but it's all digital, but multi-channel. And then we, like any good marketing organization, did actually conduct some consumer research for once. And so we actually have some results to show you from a consumer research perspective. So what's the perception I've got here, and I know this is hard for all of you to see, but I'll just read out. So we got horrific traffic and congestion in Atlanta. Atlanta has no diversity. It's just a city of steel and concrete, development gone wild. It's not cosmopolitan enough. I've lived on 4 continents, many large cities. I currently commute to San Francisco. I also used to have the pleasure of living in Chicago, and I can tell you from my perspective, Atlanta is a very cosmopolitan city. But this is not the perception out there. Why is this important? What we try to do is we try and bring conventions to town. Those meeting planners, many of them who are booking these meetings, believe what you see here. They believe Atlanta is not an exciting place. So they're very hard to convince. And equally, tourists are very hard to convince. It's not perceived as a tourist destination in anywhere near the same way as a Nashville and New Orleans or Miami is. Yet a lot of people come here for business and for pleasure because of the friends and family and networking effect. So it's really important for us to try and change this perception. What we found in the classic, marketing trial process is that people who come to Atlanta, they leave with a much better perception of Atlanta. So we've had this perception gap, and it's often about, in the surveys we've done, about 20 points difference between pre and post visit. So no marketing presentation would be worth any salt if it didn't have a magic quadrant to show, and so here's our magic quadrant. What you have in the upper magic corner is the area that Atlanta is over-indexing 40 other cities that we researched in the survey. And on the x-axis is the importance of those attributes for site selection for conventions. So basically, we are a city that does extraordinarily well in the yellow things. If you can't read it, yellow is logistical things. So we are easy to get to. We're reasonably low cost, moderate cost, good value for money. We've got a great number of hotel rooms. We've got affordable dining options. We're willing to provide concessions. Hell, we live in the South, that's why. we've got convenient airline service. Where we're getting dinged are the ones I've circled there, is that when under-indexing in terms of popularity, clean, attractive place. Now, I spend a lot of time in San Francisco, and we're a hell of a lot cleaner than San Francisco. Nobody ever talks about the cleanliness of San Francisco because they're so enamored by the appeal of the overall destination. So you get this negative halo effect occurring because of the lower destination appeal. So this is the challenge we're trying to overcome. So our goal is to change the perception of our primary target audience. Now, we don't have a lot of money. We're funded by this hotel's taxes of the city of Atlanta. We compete against big cities like Chicago and New York that have and Orlando that have much larger budgets than us. So we have to get laser focused in our marketing. So we've defined an audience that we want to go after, and I'm going to talk a bit about them, which is the creative class. We made this up, so therefore it wasn't very helpful and easy when it came to going to do media buying. But some other companies, one that presented earlier, talked about cultured progressives in their marketing. They've got a niche group, which correlates pretty well to this creative class. Star Wars talk about disruptors, correlates well with our creative class. And then we also wanted to target those markets that people can fly to us directly, which incidentally is 80% of the US population is within a 2-hour flight of Atlanta, but we're targeting the big fly markets where there's a lot of flights every day. And then we decided to also go back to those meeting planners because while the meeting planners are a broad demographic and cannot be defined by this creative class, they're extraordinarily important for our industry because they basically fuel this hospitality industry. So we decided we would also target them through a retargeting test. And the metrics for the campaign are going to be video views, and it'll become self-explanatory why, and media impressions. So this creative class, has anybody met Carlos Costa? Carlos Costa is a hip-looking dude, got a lot of facial hair, bunch of tats, clearly not me. Anyway, so we defined the persona of our creative class, and we weren't just being sexist. We did consider this beyond Carlos and Carlos's wife or girlfriend. But we're using this to inform ourselves as to how to reach these guys through our media buy. In terms of targeting, we go to the extent of what kind of brands they're interested in terms of wearing, what kind of music, the festivals that they attend, what TV shows they watch, all this is bread and butter for you guys. Importantly, we also wanted to focus on those cities that are currently considered mostly hip and cool. Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Austin. Because if you can get those people in those cities to think you're cool and hip, then I think you're on the road to recovery from closing a perception gap. So let me tell you about, from a now creative perspective, how we came about this campaign that I'm going to talk about. We had an opportunity to participate as a co-producer of a TV series called Music Voyager with PBS. And we did this in 2014 for the first time. And it was extraordinarily successful because it was very high production value series. It was in its 6th series. And they go all over the world. They film these cities and expose the musical side and creative side of a city. And then it gets rebroadcast and syndicated internationally over and over and over again. I mean, it's amazing. This series is picked up by BBC, by the entire China is getting to see it, Australia, India. So we had an opportunity by being a co-producer, as part of the contract was that we would get our hands on the B-roll. Every minute, second of footage that was shot in that production, we owned and could do with it whatever we wanted to do. So set that aside for a second. In 2013, my organization did created a new campaign targeting meeting planners, and it was called I Am ATL. And the concept behind this campaign was that there are people in the hospitality industry that really make a big difference in how a convention is either a success or a failure. And these unsung heroes, so to speak, we wanted to give them a showcase through this campaign, bringing in authenticity. So these are real people. You've got Delta Lena up there on the left, and Catherine, wonderful to work with. She's the one who said, no smoking in the bathrooms. And we've got Stephanie, who works at the bar in downtown Ellis Hotel. Wakilo, who is was at the time the president of the Concierge Society. And Linton Hopkins, as you probably know if you've been around Atlanta long enough, who is a James Beard award-winning chef. And we had others as well. So we had this campaign that was still active, I Am ATL. It was resonating really well with the meeting planner community, generated a 30% lift in our sales leads. So our sales force were really happy with this. So we didn't want to get rid of it, but we wanted to somehow transform it, transmogrify it into the consumer domain, more for leisure marketing. And we did that through this Music Voyager. So we had so much footage of great talent in Atlanta that we then created a series of video vignettes showcasing the individual characters that we wanted to make into ambassadors following the theme of I Am ATL. So these characters would be ambassadors for Atlanta, and we deliberately, during the filming, asked them questions so that we knew that we could use this content later on. So we were shooting for an episode of Music Voyager, but we were also shooting at the same time in mind to produce this campaign. And you can see in here, the Janelle Monáe, Killer Mike there. Kevin Gillespie, our gun show chef, great guy. So that was the creative input for this campaign. So now we had to go about making a campaign out of this. So I threw this thing together to show you that we've basically shot footage for 4 episodes, which amounts to over 150 hours of B-roll shot in 4K, which includes drone footage all over Atlanta. We went crazy. From that, we're producing 4 30-minute episodes that already 2 have been broadcast all over the world and nationally. We built then a campaign website, which I'll show you the screenshots of, where we would house all of these video vignettes and the stories and build out more information, supporting information about what these ambassadors were talking about. And then we built a YouTube channel with these videos on the channel as well. And from there, now we had all of the assets at play, we were then able to think about media. So we talked about our target audience. We decided to go for a very comprehensive, multi-channel, complex digital campaign incorporating social as well. So the simplest one was just to do YouTube pre-roll. We had little teaser spots, and then that would lead people into the actual full 2-minute vignettes. We did programmatic display advertising. We did remarketing for people who came to our website. We pursued them with our, ads and videos. And we did retargeting, where we identified these meeting planners by their behavior. And even if they didn't have any interest in Atlanta, we stalked the hell out of them all over the nation. And by the way, it worked really well. They had a higher click-through rate and view rate on those videos than the general audience did on the remarketing. So it really was actually effective. Then we did native advertising. We partnered with 3 publications, Matador Networks, which is very travel-centric, Thrill List, I'm sure you've all heard of Thrill List, and BuzzFeed. You've definitely heard of BuzzFeed. And I can talk a little bit about the success of working with those guys. And then on the social front, we again went deep into social with, we have a social channel ourselves called Discover ATL. And so we had our own organic posts going up against that. And then we did dark posts targeting the audience that is so-called the creative class. We created a Facebook canvas, which is rolling out right now. I'm going to show you a little bit more about that. We did Instagram videos, Instagram stories, Twitter, just pure tweets, as well as videos. And what I was reminded by my wonderful team that I left off of here, we also did an influencer campaign where we recruited 10 social media influencers to basically post about Atlanta through their own with their own authentic voice. So this is on the left is the desktop version of the campaign microsite, which lives on atlanta.net, which is our overall website for marketing the city. And on the right-hand side is what it looks like using responsive design on a mobile device with a vertical scroll. And as you can see, we showcase each of the ambassadors or characters in there, and you click through, you get a light box, you can play the videos. We leverage YouTube as a video platform, and then you get the stories about those characters as well. So I'm going to hopefully not bore you, but I'm going to force you to watch 2 minutes of a video, one of 11, just to give you a sense of the overall production values involved and how we're trying to communicate and portray Atlanta, because some of you, apparently half of you, don't actually live in Atlanta.
Hearing Amber's voice for the first time, I knew it was going to fit really well with my production style. I was like, this is someone special.
Our whole ethos is very DIY, being completely independent. You learn to wear all the different hats.
I've been making major label records for 10 years, helping people achieve what they want creatively, but Claws is my creative release. Making the music is, what comes easy for us, but what to do with that music once it's completed has been the learning curve. Here we go, from the top.
No matter what kind of artist you are, you sort of have to use creative means to find people that would really like what you do. We're gonna leave our album that I painted in East Atlanta Village, and I think it's a cool way to introduce people to something that they didn't know about before.
We live in East Atlanta Village. It's a very eclectic neighborhood in Southeast Atlanta. People not only are coming here to be creative, but to just be around the creative vibe. To see a show, to see an art opening at a gallery. Tons of great music going on. There's so many independent artists, and the independent spirit is alive and well here. And I think it sums up the creative collaborations that can happen in this city.
So we produce 11 in that same quality, but obviously different subject matters. You know, we've got rap, we've got beatbox and dining. And we'll continue to expand that. So it shows a different aspect of Atlanta. Now, this is how I'm going to run quickly through some of the executions. This is your programmatic display. That was on Bon Appetit. There's another example of it on Bon Appetit. These are examples of the remarketing and retargeting display ads. Again, many different ones. We tried out different calls to action as well. Discover the real Atlanta versus the watch now. So we did a lot of optimization during the course of the execution. Now on the Facebook side, we took all of this content, and 2 minutes is great on YouTube, and some of you might say it's too long on YouTube, but in Facebook it needs to be shorter, and Instagram even shorter. So we had to re-edit a lot of the content, and so we did that, and this just gives you a quick sneak peek of that. Sorry, go away. So same audio, but different visuals. And then we did see Atlanta, hear Atlanta, taste Atlanta. So we had those three senses, but then we had 6 iterations of these Facebook ads coming out. We also got into Canvas. Canvas is a bit a nightmare beast, should I say, because it's complex. You know, one Canvas ad is an entire production, and this just shows you we have 13 elements in one ad unit. This is the Canvas ad. Oh, whoops. Let me just. Oh well, it's not going to go. Hang on a second. Click. Should. And again, it's difficult to showcase it's something that's designed for Facebook on a mobile device. This is a video of it, so it's a bit sketchy, but it gives you a sense that there's scrolling left, right, up, down. You've got embedded video in it that plays. And in this particular execution, we had 2 videos within it and lots of imagery, which, it's a very comprehensive, it's like sending out a website to somebody. So these are the results so far. We set out, the goal was to get video views. We've got 1.5 million video views. We launched this campaign pretty much in late spring, but only in small elements, and ramped up near the end of the year, and we're continuing the media buy in 2017. So we were really happy with this. I mean, a good indicator here is that, the cost per view of $5. I mean, in past campaigns, just to get a cost per view or a cost per click action was costing far more than that, double that. We've got 21 million impressions so far. We don't have a big budget, so that's why I put the CPMs and CPCs there, out there for you. So then we did a survey of the results. So we did a national survey, 1,800 respondents. We've actually expanded it since to 3,000. We've got good coverage across the nation. We identified through some profiling questions this creative class. And we asked them some questions ahead of time saying, which cities of a list of cities did they think had a creative vibe? Atlanta clearly was lower down, significantly below both Nashville and New Orleans. Then we showed them the video, and there were 6 videos tested in the survey. So there's an aggregation of the responses across the 6 videos. We didn't select who got to see which video. And basically the top 2 box showed that 44% of people's perception changed significantly or increased significantly after watching the video. So I concluded this campaign seemed to be doing its job. Then the other element of the campaign is that we got lots of videos. So do we want to get continued engagement? Can we get the continued engagement? And the results show yes, 56% of our target audience said they would like to see more videos. What was really cool is that the people who were not in the creative class, right, they were only about 7 or 8 points lower than the creative class guys. So basically on a national audience level, we were really, I think, acing it in this regard. So in conclusion, I started off with some focus group verbatims, and here's some of the snippets that came out of the survey that we did. We had an open-ended question, and you can see, people had never realized how creative Atlanta was. I'd love to learn more. People didn't realize it was so diverse. I mean, they've been living under a rock, I guess. There's much more culture in Atlanta than they realize, and I'm more interested in Atlanta after seeing the videos. So that concludes. Sorry, I'm reading you these. I didn't even show you those. I'll leave them up. But that concludes my presentation. Open for questions.
Great, thanks,
I'm sorry
Andrew.
I had to run through this like crazy. I mean, about 30 minutes is
great.
not
Thanks,
a long
Andrew.
time.
Give you a little hand. So I think I already know the answer to this, but how many total, because we spoke about this on the phone when beforehand, but how many total people did this bring to Atlanta year over year since you started the campaign? Do you have any data for that?
Well, we only started, we don't know that.
Right.
No. Well, we only know the increased lead volume that the predecessor to the campaign, which was primarily print, the IMATL campaign, that was a 25 to 30% increase in lead volume for us. So, that brings more convention business, which brings more people to the city to experience the city, for many of them for the first time. And it's absolutely incredible that in the future years, we've got, I think, is it 50 meetings booked in the next 5 years, where the meetings have never been in Atlanta, or they haven't been here in something like 20 years. So these are meetings that bring in several thousand and 10,000 people that really have never been here before. So they're going to experience Atlanta for the first time.
Right, and you mentioned that you kept targeting and reach, and through your frequency, kept hitting the meeting planners over and over again.
Yeah.
What did you learn by doing that, about frequency capping and stuff like that?
Well,
Don't do it.
you eventually get the message to sink in.
Yeah.
Advertising works.
Great. So I think we have time for maybe a question or two for Andrew, if there are any. No questions. Oh, one here. Just tell us who you are and where you work, please.
Daniel Roberts from Friendly Human. What excites you the most out of all this? Because this is a well-built out campaign, but what do you see that excites you the most?
Well, when we did a preview of the screening of the Music Voyager episodes, which are long form, 30 minutes, and we did one in Austin and in Portland with the staff of our 2 agencies that we work with. And they weren't on our account, so they knew nothing about Atlanta. And they came away with that city looks really cool, I want to go there. And that excites me because I love Atlanta. I live here for 17 years. And I'm discovering new bits of Atlanta all the time. But this city is an incredibly creative hub of talent. With the film industry didn't just take off because of the tax incentives. Obviously, that helps a lot. But the producers can come here and find grips and focus pullers, makeup artists. They can find everybody that they need. And they stopped bringing their talent from LA. They just come here, a producer, most of the cast, and even now, folks that we work with in some productions are actually now starring in major movies. So the music industry, it goes without saying. Obviously, hip-hop is a fundamental element of that, but we have so much greater diversity of music spanning back decades and decades and decades. So it really pains me when Nashville gets all the recognition, or Memphis is for music, but we have so much more music. And if we appropriate Athens, then we just are unbeatable, pretty much. So I'm really excited about the creative talent that's living in this city, and the community is so collaborative as well, because the community is hugely collaborative. That's why we got the Olympics to come here. It's how we won the Super Bowl. If people come together, they help out in many, many ways.
Terrific. Thanks, Andrew. Unfortunately, we're out of time. That was great. Thanks a lot. Okay. We asked Aaron Everhart from the Home Depot to walk us through the processes of executing cross-channel marketing and communications across departments at this very large global enterprise. Please welcome in a second. Oh, keep talking. I gotta keep talking. Just so you know, this is the last session before lunch. Lunch will be at 12:30. And another special thanks, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Taboola and Resolution Media. And I don't know, how you doing, Aaron?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, totally.
Woo.
All right, come on up. Let's give a hand for Aaron.
All right. Thanks. Good to see you. How's everybody doing? Okay, I know this is right before lunch. I know that everyone is really hungry, but I have a lot of energy. I'm gonna need you guys to do a little bit better than that. Let's try this one more time. How's everybody doing? Woo! Awesome. All right, so my name is Erin Everhart. I am the Senior Manager of Media Strategy at the Home Depot. In a former life, I was a music journalist where I got the lucky privilege to go interview tons of different musicians and write about it, and I gave all of that up to market light bulbs. So really making the best career decisions over here for me. But I want to talk to you a little bit about how I envision cross-channel and how really we're thinking about putting it all into action, because it's a pretty complex process when you really break it all down. So we have a serious attention span problem happening, right? And it's not just millennials. We give them a bad rap, but it's everybody, right? Half of you guys are so entranced on your mobile phones or your computers that you're not paying attention to me only, right? We cannot be entertained by one thing at a time anymore. We are constant consumers of content, and we have access to that content on our own terms. We can choose when we want content, where we want content, how we want content. We can even choose not to get advertised to at all, right? And as consumers, we like that power. We love that power, and we're not going to be able to give that up anytime soon. But that makes it harder for us marketers, because that means we're not just competing with other marketers and advertisers anymore. We're competing against things that have never historically been competition. We're competing against Snapchats and video and news and text messages, right? We're also competing against ourselves and our own content on our other media channels too. So we're not just competing for media placement anymore, we're competing for attention. And that's frankly an even harder competition, because frankly, nobody gives marketers any credit, right? So if there's like a big win, eternal glory will go to the tech team because they implemented it, or merchandising because they got it on the shelves. But the minute something goes wrong, everyone blames marketing. Oh, we didn't market it enough. It's totally marketing's fault, right? I wish my job was just liquor and guessing, because it would be a hell of a lot more fun. But I think the problem persists because non-marketers oversimplify the shopping purchase. For example, this past Christmas, I wanted a vacuum, which is like by far the saddest thing I've ever admitted to a group full of strangers, but like that's what happens when you become a homeowner. You want vacuums. So in the old way of thinking, what would you do? I'm gonna go to the Google, naturally, and I'm gonna type in vacuum, because that's what I need. And I see one first listing, Panasonic, that's a brand that I know. All right, cool. I'm gonna graze the SERP a little bit, and then, okay, hey, I see another Bissell right here from Kohl's. That's 90 bucks, 5-star. That sounds awesome. I'm gonna click through, I'm gonna give you all of the information I need. I'm saving $9. This is like the deal of the day over here. And yes, by the way, I'm going to give you my information so you can continue to market to me in the future. When has that ever happened, right? That doesn't happen anymore, because frankly, my path to purchase looked a little something like this. And it started with this guy, and this is Jax, and he is adorable, but the little demon sheds a lot, and I'm sitting there, and I'm watching Jimmy Fallon on Hulu, and that's when a Roomba commercial came on, and I'm staring at my dog hair infested carpet, and I was like, I just vacuumed this yesterday, and that's what triggered something to me that says, hey, I need a new vacuum right now. So what did I do? I did go to Google, but I didn't just want a vacuum. No, I wanted like the best vacuum that money could possibly buy. So I searched best vacuum cleaners, I scroll a little bit, I find one article that looks relatively interesting, and I click through to that, but I didn't just read that one article. I read no less than 5 different sources about vacuum cleaners. You guys, I know everything there is to know about vacuum cleaners right now. I read buying guides, I read consumer reports, I read customer reviews on all of this information because I need to find the best possible vacuum cleaner that I can for my money. And I need to validate my sources, frankly. And then, after all of this research that I'm doing, that's when I get a text message and I get distracted. Right? And I stop all of this research that I'm doing, and I'm starting to think, and I'm talking to them a little bit, and I'm chatting about it, fine, cool, no big deal. And then I get bored with that conversation, and so then I pick up my phone still, and I go on Reddit, and this is where you can get really, really lost in the deep subreddits of stuff. I read an AMA from a vacuum repair technician. Weird things, you guys. But I needed to get all of this information because I'm trying to make the best purchase decision. So after all of this stuff, I've gathered everything, I have a good idea of what I'm looking to purchase. I then start shopping. I looked at 12 different websites where I could shop and buy this vacuum. I shopped by brand directly. I shopped by retailer where I could buy it. I shopped by discount because I am frugal, right? And it all got started. Oh, and then I got confused and I got lost and I went to Facebook. And then of course that's when the remarketing started happening, right? Of course that's when it happens. And all of this got started from one Roomba commercial. And the funny thing is, I never even considered a Roomba in my purchase. Like, it was never even top of mind, but that triggered that one piece of content for me that I needed. And I never even purchased the vacuum in the first place because I got a direct link and I gave it to my mom, who ended up purchasing that for me for Christmas. And there is no way that the brand of vacuum that I purchased is ever going to be able to attribute that sale to this Roomba commercial. Long story, but I think you get it. In 2015, Time Inc. found that during non-working hours, digital natives, who they defined as adults under 30, are switching platforms every other minute. There is no such thing as a linear path to purchase anymore because we can be immediately triggered by anything that says to something in our psyche that, hey, I need that right now. It is not just a second screen that we're battling against, right? This is a second, third, and fourth screen, and that has a tremendous impact on the way that we market and the way that we think about our channels. For one, I think it goes back to the way that you're structured, right? And multi-channel is probably a pretty familiar word for most people in this organization. We all understand it. And for me, when I think about multi-channel, I think that I have all of my channels and them all in their swim lanes, and I give them their marching orders, and the gun bangs, and they just go off doing their own thing, right? And that's fine, and that's how we were structured internally at Home Depot, but the problem with that is that nobody's talking to each other. No one's figuring out what the other channel is doing. They are just constantly and only laser focused on beating the other channel and being more productive, more efficient, driving more revenue, because that's the only thing that they're worried about. And frankly, that created a bit of a Hunger Games situation at Home Depot, where we would have someone come to the table and they would throw up a big pile of money with no idea what to do with it, which is like a marketer's holy grail. And then you would have the channel partners just be clawing at everyone's throats because they have to be like, I'm the best channel ever. You don't want to give it to search over there, give it to social, give it to display, right? So instead of thinking about multi-channel, and maybe this is just like a small thing of nomenclature, but it's really, really helped me, I constantly think about omni-channel. And so if you have multi-channel, where each of your individual channels are in like their own swim lanes and doing their own thing, omni-channel is like one giant pool party, right? Everyone's mixing, they're having a ball, they're talking to one another, they're understanding what that channel is doing, understanding learnings from that channel, content that you're putting out on that channel, so they can work better. Because we know all of the channels work together here. Now, of course, without some sort of structure, things could wildly go out of control in this kind of omni-channel environment. So within Home Depot, we've organized ourselves within kind of this two-pronged approach. And so you have on the whole integrated media team, which is what I'm part of, you have kind of like 3 mini teams in there. You have planning and strategy, who works directly with our merchandising partners to figure out what are we trying to do in the first place. What are your campaign goals? What are your campaign objectives? What's the message, right? I then take that information and that plan, and I give this to my activation counterparts. And they're the ones who will go in and they will put my campaign live, and they will make these real-time optimizations to see how it's working in the marketplace. From there, we also have a reporting analytics team who takes all of the platform-side data and all of those platform-side insights, pulls our store sales and our traffic and our online sales to then provide actionable insights back to us that we can then go present to our merchandising partners. And how that kind of looks is within Home Depot, we have 3 core business lines. We have building materials, hard lines, and decor. And on each of those 3 business lines, we have someone from strategy, someone from paid activation, someone from earned who does our SEO and our content marketing, and then someone from analytics. So we're all working together to do what's best for that line of the business. So in this new structure, which we've been operating in for about probably a year now, when I get a campaign and when I start thinking about what I want to be able to accomplish, I first have to think about what's my goal in the first place. And it's not necessarily just the overall goal of merchandising, but what's the goal of each of my individual channels? Because they're all going to be able to do something differently, and they all should have different media objectives to support what their purpose is in that entire customer funnel. Are we trying to do broad reach awareness? Are you trying to have a direct click to conversion to purchase online? Are you trying to drive them in store? Right? And now the funny thing is, and the most frustrating thing is that we work in retail. So you ask anybody in merchandising what their goal is, they will always have one answer. Sales. I want to make more money. That's always their goal, and I get that, because that's their job, because that's what their livelihood depends on. But it is our job to ask the better, more descriptive questions to really uncover what they're trying to do so we can plan media appropriately. By how much more sales are you trying to increase, right? Are you trying to increase the basket size? Or you want people to buy more of this particular item? Or do you want people to buy this item because they've recently purchased another item and it attaches really well together? So once I have my goal, I have to start thinking about my message. And media has historically been pigeonholed into only caring about when something is running, how much it ran, and how much did we spend on it. Right? It had no meaning or care about what was actually being said, and that doesn't necessarily sit well with me because my media channel strategy will be vastly dependent upon the message that I am trying to disseminate. For example, let's say I have 20% off of mulch, right? And I need to figure out what media I want to do to help disseminate that information to get 20% off of this mulch. I don't think I'm going to need rich media units to tell that story. Like, there's only so much you can say about mulch. Like, I've tried. Like, there's only so much you can do. So that's something where I'm going to choose radio. That's an easy message to get across. People will quickly understand what it's doing it, and they will drive them in store to purchase said mulch. But if I have to tell a bigger story about how there are new regulations on this ground contact lumber, and that has an impact on the way that you're building your deck, that's a pretty complex story that I have to think through. That's probably not going to be best for radio because it has so many different moving parts. From there, I have my goal, I have my message, and this is just like one giant puzzle piece that I'm putting together. I'm aligning on seasonality, I'm aligning on key corporate events to make sure that all of the channels that are running make sense when they are running together and to complement one another. So if I am trying to build awareness of this new ground contact lumber and tell people about it, I have to get OLA and PR and content marketing first before I heavy up in paid search, because we actually have to educate people on what to search for before they actually go search for it. And now that I have this overarching strategy for the campaign and not a strategy for each individual channel, I'm really able to optimize appropriately because I know when everything is running. Like, I'm able to increase my PPC bids when my TV spot is running, or I'm able to optimize my display ads to publisher sites that I know my audience is reading during commercial breaks on their favorite TV show. So I love this quote from Mad Men, which is one of Don Draper's finest, if you ask me. And it says, "People tell you who they are, but we ignore it because we want them to be who we want them to be." And I think this resonates really well with me because it's really easy to understand what our customers want because they give us so many signals across all of the different touch points that they do. And even all of the focus groups and user research that we do for them. I mean, how many times have you guys been presenting this type of information of all of this customer research and a stakeholder will completely dismiss the idea because we know the customer best, right? We have to stop creating these fictitious customer journeys and go directly to our DMP or CRM data and start understanding who our audience is that's currently using our products or our services. And we're also very lucky to live in a world where we have supplemental third-party data to help capture people who may not necessarily be within our sphere of influence already. So I don't do anything until I don't put any campaign into action until I first go to my audience team to understand, hey, what are our thoughts here, right? Do I know that because people have purchased product A, they are more likely to purchase product B in 45 minutes or in 45 days, so there's an immediate retargeting aspect here? And then I'm not just throwing campaigns or objectives up against a wall. I have a good idea that these are actually going to work because the audience is that targeted. So, what have we learned? Obviously, we've been doing this for about a year, maybe a year and a half, and it's not perfect. It is absolutely still a work in progress, and there are constant things that I am learning on a day-to-day basis that I just haven't thought of the day before. Things like the SKU. In retail, everybody is obsessed with the SKU. It is how we are funded, it is how we are aligned by business channel, and my job is to increase sales for this particular SKU. And that creates a bit of a problem because as marketers, we know that's not how customers shop, right? Like when you go into Home Depot, you're not only looking for screws. Or when I go into Target, I'm not only looking for shoes. I will go into every single nook and cranny of Target because I'm shopping the entire experience. So for example, part of my job is to market pipes to professionals, which is glamorous, I know. Like not everybody jump up and be like, Aaron, I want your job. But that's a real conversation where I have merchandising partners come to me and they're like, Aaron, we really need to increase the sales of ABS pipes. What are you going to do about it? And if you work in an industry where you have to market non-sexy items, like you know how difficult this is. So instead of thinking on this individual SKU level, I'm constantly thinking about what's the overall project that someone is going to be doing that uses these ABS pipes. And it's indoor plumbing when they're doing a bathroom remodel. Now I have a story. Now I have a project. Now instead of putting out 3 different pipe versions and 1 OLA toggle banner, I can really tell, hey, contractor, this is all of the things that you need to complete the next bathroom remodel job for your customer. That's an easier story to tell. It's a more compelling story for us to tell. But the problem exists still that we're constantly trying to work through is that it's hard for me to take my merchant's money and say, I'm going to promote somebody else's business. That's a very real and hard conversation that we have, but it opens up opportunities because I can then go to the bath merchant or the tile merchant or the flooring merchant and say, hey, listen, I got this idea for a campaign. I'm going to be featuring your products front and center. Help me fund it. Right? Getting these real cross-departmental stories together to be more in line with how the customer actually shops our aisles. I've also learned that we are just constantly drinking from the fire hose. That every time we bring somebody else into the mix or we start working with another team, there is a new process that we have to adhere to. And that's fine because that's the way that it is and we have to keep iterating from there. But it's not like we can just stop our regular jobs and only focus on figuring out how this process is going to work because I still have to run media to support the business. So it's organized chaos that we have to deal with and we're just constantly in it and that's okay. Because if you come to expect that, it's not going to be so jarring when you have new processes to implement in your day-to-day. I have also learned that there is no such thing as early planning. And that if you work in a brand, this is going to speak very true to you because there is no such thing as tomorrow. There is no such thing as an early launch date. There is no such thing as can we launch next week, right? Everything takes a very long time, and my agency partners in here are probably laughing because they know it takes so long in here. So you have to think about, we're already planning for Q3 right now. It is February. I've also learned that we have to start bringing our more strategic planning in-house. Because as fantastic as our agency partners are, they are only going to know your business so much. And there is nobody who will understand your inner workings and what actually needs to get accomplished more than you. So don't offshore that or offload that campaign planning to someone who's not directly in your business and understands how things constantly change or constantly will work. I've also learned that the #1 reason why campaigns are delayed or why a campaign didn't perform very well is because we didn't have creative assets. Or even more specifically, we didn't have good enough creative assets. So before I start planning my channels and engaging my channel experts, I'm with our stakeholders and our vendors trying to figure out what content and what assets I already have available, because that will greatly dictate the media that I'm going to run, and that will dictate the success I'm going to be able to run off of it. I've also learned that we have to better integrate with our HG.com channel partners. And we are a $94.6 billion company. $90 billion of that is done in store. And we know that people will go to our website to start researching, but they may not necessarily buy on that website. So I'm not going to plan my media to drive people to a SKU or an experience that isn't properly optimized. So we're having conversations with them to say, hey, listen, we have this huge ground contact lumber campaign coming up. Let's do a deep dive into that experience to make sure that the messaging that I'm putting out externally matches the messaging that we're putting out on our owned properties. When it comes to reporting, there is this not my job phenomenon that is happening with individual channels. And basically that means, hey, I work in this channel, I am not responsible for anything else outside of my own channel. And that's crap. Because we know as marketers that every single channel will influence one another. And we know that our TV buys and our display campaigns and our social media is actively driving people to go to Google to search for whatever it is that we're putting on. So instead of reporting on individual platform-side metrics, start showing the impact of the overall business. How did this impact things on a grander scale? Not just my display channel drove this much amount of revenue. And when it comes to data, we have to stop drowning people in data. And it is fantastic that we live in a world today where we have more proof that what we are doing is driving more sales, more engagement, more leads than we ever have before. But just because you have access to all of these numbers does not mean that you have to suffocate people with them. Because there is no way that my stakeholders actually use all of the data that they have available to them right now. And frankly, if I acquiesce to every single request about pulling data or reporting on data, I would not have time to do my job. So when it comes to data, I just leave you with one thing. When you're planning and reporting on cross-channel, please use this data responsibly. You will have data that comes from a lot of sources, and you will have duplicative data and conflicting data. So work to get that one source of truth within your company that is responsible and owns the data for your business. Just because you have the data does not mean that you have to share it, because there is a vast difference in the data that you need as marketers to do your job and the data that your stakeholders need to do their job. And that's it. Any questions? Whew.
That was terrific. Thank you, Aaron. Do we have any questions for Aaron? Everybody's all, oh, Joe Mandisi's got a question. Of course, here you go.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Joe Mandisi from MediaPost. Great presentation. You have like the toughest job in the world. So my question is, like, what keeps you awake at night in terms of the next new channel or platform that you see emerging that could change the whole game for you and make all of that irrelevant?
That's a great question. A couple of things keep me up at night. The ever-changing landscape of search keeps me up at night. This is voice search, and this is search on things that we wouldn't necessarily consider search engines. So this is going to be your Alexa, but this is also going to be like Pinterest, because we know that people will go to Google to actually search for something, but there are even more people who are bypassing Google altogether and going directly to Pinterest or directly to Alexa to search for that product itself. And that's a really different way for us to optimize. Kind of conversely and tangentially on top of that, Amazon really keeps me up at night, y'all. Like, really keeps me up at night, because if you have an Amazon Prime account, which, raise of hands, how many people have an, yeah, where do you go when you immediately start shopping? You go to Amazon. That's terrifying to me. So we are hawkeyes to figure out what their next move will be doing. And if they ever venture into the brick and mortar world, every marketer, even if you don't think you compete with Amazon, needs to be worried about that.
Wow.
I think we had one right here.
So I'm Joanna Israel. I work at BBDO in performance marketing, actually. Agree with you that in a cross-channel, omni-channel world, you can't just look at channel by channel by channel. You have to look across channels. So what are you guys doing at the Home Depot to, better manage, attribution and having those conversations?
Yeah, great question. We work with a media mix modeling partner, MSP, Market Share Partners, to help us oversee how our budget and our channel allocations will play directly into the revenue that we have for those particular classes. It is an algorithm. It's not perfect. We have to have human elements that are tied to it. We are also, in addition to that, working on a multi-touch attribution model that will really help us solve and move more beyond that last click measure. I wish I knew more, but that's in a different team from what I do it on, but it's something definitely that our data team is kept up and at about.
Any more? No more? One in the back? No? That was just someone yawning. All right. Well, Aaron, that was terrific. Thank you very, very much. All right? Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks again. All right, thank you, everyone. We've arrived at lunch. Lunch will be served outside, and I think you just collect your lunch and bring it back in here. I don't think there's seating out there, so we'll see you all back here in 1 hour. All right, thank you.
but she can't take you anyway. You don't already know how to go. And I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down, 'cause I'm already standing
making sure the battery is full.
Okay, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you enjoyed lunch. And thanks again to our sponsors, Taboola and Resolution Media, for lunch. Like to start by inviting our panel to take this. So, transparency in advertising took a pretty sizable hit in 2016, with the ANA and the 4As openly bickering about the subject. So how are the national issues of client agency trust playing out here in Atlanta in early 2017? Well, here to take us through the topic, the transparency controversy, we asked longtime MediaPost online spin writer Martin Albarda to take the lead on the issue. Please welcome Martin and his panel. Martin.
So we have 45 minutes to create world peace. So that's going to be fabulous. And who doesn't want to talk about media transparency straight after lunch, right? That's everybody's favorite topic. In my daily life, I am the CEO of Flock Associates, which is a marketing consultancy that helps with, as we call it, the how of marketing. So we don't create ads, we don't buy media, we don't place anything. We basically focus on process, structure, organizational model, agency ecosystems, and so on and so forth. So basically the way we tell it to marketers is, when you want to do marketing, we first figure out how you're going to do marketing, and that's what we do before anybody else gets their play. Our clients include the likes of McDonald's, Campbell's, Toyota, Lexus, British American Tobacco, and so on and so forth. We have an interesting panel of various different, call it, blood types within the agency ecosystem, and I'm going to ask Rob, Mickey, and Jeff to introduce themselves, and let's start with you.
So my name's Mickey Cloud. I'm the SVP head of our Chattanooga, Tennessee office for VaynerMedia. So VaynerMedia, we're headquartered in New York, have offices in LA, San Francisco, London, and Chattanooga. And we are a social first digital shop, so we do kind of 4 core services of creative strategy, production, and media. And obviously we're going to talk about media today. And we've got about a 20-person team up in Chattanooga. We have some clients here in Atlanta, Knoxville, Chattanooga, et cetera. So excited to be here.
My name is Rob Auger. I am the lead of the media technology group at Digitize LBI. I'm based out of Boston. Out of Boston, we have some clients like Goodyear, Victoria's Secret, and a large financial institution that I'm not allowed to mention by name. The only reason I say that is because this conversation will probably we'll talk a lot about what we're doing for that client, just in a more general sense.
Cool.
Hello, I'm Jeff Maggs. I am the Chief Client Officer at Brunner here in Atlanta, and we also have an office in Pittsburgh. We are an independent, mid-size agency with, we try to operate at the confluence between creativity, technology, and decision analytics. We work very hard, and this is why transparency is really important to us, because the vast majority of our agreements are very much connected to business results, not just marketing analytics. And some of our clients include 84 Lumber, Mitsubishi, Yellowwood, Penske, and Time Inc. Glad to be here.
Very cool. Thank you so much. We have one gentleman who is unfortunately not here because he has a herniated disc, and so he might be watching us on the video right now, but Mike Popowski sends his apologies. I wanted to do a quick check in the room by show of hands. Who here represents an agency? Okay. Who here represents an advertiser? Few. And who here represents media? Quite a few. And any other? Are you something that we haven't mentioned yet? Oh, what are you? I'm just curious.
Technology platform.
Technology platform. Excellent. Okay. So we've got quite a good mix. In the introduction, you will have read or heard Ross just say that this whole area of transparency obviously is a huge hot button issue at the moment. And although we're here in Atlanta, obviously it's not just an Atlanta issue. It's not even just a national issue. It's a global catastrophe, right? And that's really where we are today. And for those of you that read my column on Mondays on MediaPost, you know that I've written about it quite a few times. Right. But plenty of other stuff as well. But basically, I call myself an equal opportunity offender or defender, either way. But I think everybody has a role to play, and everybody's at fault as much as everybody is at play in this whole thing. So what are we really talking about here? We're looking at, first of all, a huge and growing investment. by clients which feel insecure about that investment, right? And we work with big clients, big advertisers. We talk the CEO, CMO level, and they kind of feel like, you know, we're caught between a rock and a hard place. We can't not do it, but when we do it, we know that it's bad. And so what are we supposed to do, right? And they hear about fraud, and that's what they talk about. They hear about transparency issues on the agency side after the ANA and K2 and Ubiquity reveals from last year. And then they hear about the supply side and that's all broken and messed up as well. So they feel like we're doing all this stuff, but we're not really sure, you know, if that is a good idea. So I'm kind of damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. And then P&G stepped up over the last 2 weeks, I guess. Mark Pritchard stepped forward and said, mea culpa, we've basically approached it wrong. And we, as advertisers, should take more responsibility in terms of owning and understanding what we're actually doing here and how can we do this better. Which was a refreshing and much needed statement to make. So they're kind of owning up to it. So that really is my first question then for the panel here. Given all that swirl in the media and all of the talk and you know, your conversations with clients, what are you guys hearing? How have they reacted to, you know, these types of things coming out? And we'll just go from start over here.
So yeah, there's been a lot of questions, obviously, and they, you know, I think we're an independent company, you know, and our media practice has grown pretty dramatically over the past 2-3 years. So for some context, 2014 we ran about $3 to $5 million in managed media spend, and last year we did 122 million. And so still like relatively small in the grand scheme of companies that run billions of dollars and things like that. But one of the things that I think has been driving some of the opportunity is just we sit very much in the world of, you know, we don't pre-buy inventory. We are 100% transparent in all of the costs that go through to a client. We don't buy through. And if we are using any technology, we typically buy all through kind of the platforms themselves. But if we are using a technology or anything like that, we're sharing those costs and we're specifically line iteming out everything. And I think that's something that for us, it was table stakes. But you know, our CEO is a serial entrepreneur. He's not from the media or advertising industry. A guy named Gary Vaynerchuk. And so he's come at it from kind of with some fresh eyes on like how you should run a media department. And so I think that has been a large, you know, some of the questions around, well, you know, can you believe these rebates or kickbacks and you know, like this publisher must be on every single plan and those types of things. We just haven't ever operated from that space. So it's opened up opportunity for us where we can now show that kind of process to clients and things like that. But it's certainly, I think, you know, hearing you talk about, you know, Pritchard from P&G and everything like that, I think it is kind of on the collective industry and it's really the advertisers who, they've got the dollars. They're the one who, like, when they say something, they can actually make it happen.
Right.
And so I think it's got to start with just an overall, like, if we make sure, whether it's you're on the client side or you're on the agency side, if we can get in kind of what Jeff was talking about, where if we can just make sure we're all aligned and towards the same business objective, and you're cutting out any incentives that aren't aligned towards that business objective with a client-agency relationship, that's what's been successful for us, and I think that's what this is, as an industry, we need to be talking a lot more about to make sure that all those incentives are aligned towards growing the business.
Cool. Rob.
So, sorry to interrupt. Mickey, is your mic on?
I don't know.
Can you flick it on?
Perfect.
Now it is.
There we go.
Great. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Yeah,
He said really good stuff.
Nikki, can
It
you
was
say
good
that
stuff,
again?
yes.
Can you repeat everything?
Yeah,
you just
I'll
said?
start from the top.
It's really for the folks
Brilliant
at home.
from up here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton to add to what Mickey said. I think it all boils down to a matter of trust, and you know, the way that we can strengthen those trusts is through some, you know, rock solid policies. And you know, from an agency perspective, that's what we're thinking about, and that's what our advertisers are expecting us to think about. Is, you know, what are the policies that are in our scopes of work and our MSAs? Are we being true to those? You know,
But do they know what to ask for, or are you needing to educate them a lot?
I think the ANA report kind of brought a lot of that to light. So, you know, they're asking some very specific questions now in terms of, you know, audit rights and kickbacks and things like that. But I think, you know, we can also talk about, when we talk about transparency, we can also talk about things like fraud and viewability and programmatic. I think those are all things that have kind of brought us to this point where, it's complicated the industry. It's, made the buying process a lot more complex. It takes us a step further away from knowing, where we're spending our dollars. And I think, we were at a point where, advertisers maybe were a little bit too complacent in the fact that the agency was doing the right thing. And maybe a couple bad seeds within the agency landscape were not. And here we are in a situation where we need to continue to embrace the technology that we're evolving toward, but right set the mindset that everybody's sort of aligned in the same goal.
I also think what it's done is it's allowed the industry to ask questions. So we can now start challenging, because when controversies like this maybe pick up, it allows you to kind of like dig into it a little bit. And so I think from a media perspective, being able to ask, we all value an impression the same way, but every impression's not the same. Right. And so we got to be able to, and I know it comes down to measurement and things like that, but we should, hopefully we can use this as an opportunity to start asking those bigger questions around whether it's programmatic or it's in feed or whether it's pre-roll, and like all of those have different values to them from a consumer perspective. And so, I think hopefully it'll continue to open up questions.
Jeff, what do you hear from your clients?
Yeah, first of all, I would say, number one, we don't wait to hear from our clients.
Good.
If you know what I'm saying. I mean, we spend a lot of time, I have one of my colleagues out in the audience, and we were talking earlier. We are proactively talking to our clients. As an independent agency, we work with a range of clients. We work with some very sophisticated global clients, and we work with clients who are obviously very smart, but maybe haven't been as exposed to some of these topics.
Sure.
So we view our role as their partner of helping to educate. We cross-train. We live in their shoes, allow them to live in our shoes. I was very glad to hear some of the A&A outcome that clients are taking responsibility for what they need to know, as well as agencies. To me, that is, tends to be a one-sided street, and you hear a lot about bickering between the 4As and the A&A, which doesn't solve anything. We're all in this together. The other thing I would say, we make it very clear on two levels that we're in it for the long haul. It's kind of easy to say, let's take short-term profits, but the reality is our goal is to maintain businesses for the long term. And the other thing, as I mentioned in my opening, the vast majority of our agreements are tied directly to business results, which are born out of analytics and data provided by the client and also by other sources, not click-through rates, impressions, et cetera. Because I'll be blunt, most of our clients could care less about that kind of data.
Right.
What does that mean?
Right.
What's it related to?
Yeah.
I've seen 4 different presentations in the last week from 4 different vendors and different agencies that tell me that's a great benchmark, that's a great benchmark. They are overwhelmed. And we like to be the conduit to information and engagement with them. And at the other end of the spectrum, we ask them to take some of the responsibility as well to get smart on the topic.
Okay. Rob, one of the things that we hear a lot about as well is that because of this whole swirl and because of the mistrust or the lack of trust, I'm going to just take it in-house, right? I'll set up my own DMP, or I'll go and do this myself. Are you seeing that? And how do you react to that? What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, I think there's a time and a place for things like that. So, I think there's a lot of conversation, to your point, about advertisers specifically taking contracts in-house, which, and that idea as a blanket statement sort of concerns me, because I think there are definitely instances where, the agency should leverage their buying power and should leverage, the power of their holding group perhaps, where they've negotiated great rates for all of their clients. Are there instances where clients should probably consider taking their contracts in-house? Yeah, I think maybe a data management platform might be a great example of one of those where, you're dealing with some, potentially confidential first-party data that's being fed into the tool. It's more than just an extension of, your media buy. It's your sacred infrastructure, the key to all of your media buys, if you will. But then something like an ad server, I think, in my opinion, that's something that you can absolutely let your agency handle. If your agency's doing the right thing, those types of things are super portable. If one of my clients calls me tomorrow and says, hey, Thanks Anywhere, we're going to take our business to the next agency. Those ad server contracts are very portable. They just basically plug back into the new agency contract with the new agency rates, and everything continues to run seamlessly. The only thing that you might want to consider is your data, your historical data, which, again, if you're working with a good agency, they'll have backups on that for you.
Right. And Mickey, you guys are, as you said, independent. Do you get that as well, or is it a different kind of conversation?
About bringing in house? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of it's in exploratory, like in asking our opinion, our point of view on what should they be doing, and I agree that it comes down to a kind of cost-benefit analysis, right? So like if you're willing, because you're going to have to, it's a lot of infrastructure costs to build, the DMPs or anything you're going to be bringing in-house, and so and it's more, I think, about in the areas where it makes sense, whether they're first-party data and those types of things, sure, but I think you can leverage the technology and the current, because I think a client-agency relationship still brings a lot of value to both sides. You just need to make sure that it's bringing value to both sides. Like you got to make sure that you're actually getting the most out of that, and so I think that's probably the more we try to. If they want to explore bringing stuff in-house, we'll absolutely help them. We can help them get set up or whatever, but it's more also about, what's the cost benefit, because there's also great learnings that we've been able to generate, because if we're running a certain amount of spend on, certain platforms and we can see trends across clients, each client's going to be able to benefit from witnessing that trend.
Right. And with your range of clients across different, across the spectrum, do you hear different? Are some of them more likely to say we'll take it in house versus others, or is it not really an issue that is coming up?
It is, and for us, it's directly, and Rob touched on it, because it takes significant infrastructure, expertise, technology investment, and we have clients, Dick's Sporting Goods, that does most all of that in-house.
Yeah.
And because it gives them the buying power that they need, they have hundreds of resources within their marketing and extended marketing function to do it. But there are just as many client organizations who, one of the reasons they come to us is because they want us to invest in the technology, they want us to invest in the people, and they want to be in the making applesauce business, not in the digital marketing business, if that makes sense.
But can you get the talent and the technology to you where you are? Because that's another thing that people talk about a lot, right? You can't get the talent to move from New York or San Francisco to even outside of there, let alone move halfway across the country to the Midwest or anywhere else, right? So Bentonville, Arkansas, how attractive are you?
I would say also it's the same thing when brands were talking about making apps, right? So it's a similar mindset from the 2009, 10, 11, a smartphones were really taking off, and every brand had its its own branded app strategy. Are you really going to beat the developers in Silicon Valley that are doing this and have the speed and the resources and the technology and the talent to do that versus? And so I think it's a little bit. I think you're hitting on the right thing there. Is do you not only understand all the implications that come with trying to get something done in-house?
And I would just add, in the spirits of transparency, I think those are the right conversations to have. I think when the agency jumps and says, no, we're going to own that, it looks a little shady, right?
Right.
But I think what we're thinking of is you don't have the infrastructure, and if you do, it's new, and you've got to build it. You really can't match our negotiation skills. So I think as long as you kind of keep an open relationship with your clients, then at the end of the day, they'll understand the benefits of taking of what belongs in house and what doesn't belong in house, and you make that decision together as opposed to forcing anything.
Yeah, and I would add to this conversation. Somebody asked Erin in her presentation what keeps her up at night relative to her business, and what keeps many of our clients up at night is how do we stay ahead of this issue of transparency and fraud? How do we make sure that the good people, the good guys, if you will, can continue to take the bad guys. In my mind, in my vernacular, it's like the anti-doping business in the Olympics. Somebody's always trying to figure out a way to beat the system.
Right.
And they're relying on us and our partners and our technology and our data scientists to be out there trying to figure out what's next. And we're out there asking our vendors the same question. So regardless of the client size, that concept of what's next, what's around the corner that I don't know about worries me as much as what's here now.
So what do clients then need to know, or what is it that Mark Pritchard's sort of admission of, hey, we failed the ownership of this budget, basically, that and it's our budget, so we should have, but we didn't. So what is it that fails then from clients in terms of where should they take more ownership, or what area of ownership should they brush up on?
Well, they should 100% know where their costs are going. Like just hey, can you show me exactly where I'm seeing it? Even if you are paying a markup or a premium to use a technology that the agency has, like as long as you know that you're paying for that and like the value you're getting from it. But I think being able to ask the question of where, getting full transparency into the cost data is like a great place to start.
Is there such a thing?
I think so. I mean, yeah, I think so. I think if you're we do it in terms of, we don't have any relationships with a platform that we have to spend a certain amount or a publisher with a certain amount with them, and I think it's certainly possible.
So there's no agency-wide commitments to platforms or, okay.
Yeah, it starts with what's the client's business objective and where's the consumer attention that we're trying to capture to drive a business result.
Okay. And I would argue that in our business, we are oftentimes, and this may be something that people don't want to hear, but we are often transparent to a fault. I mean, how many search consultants?
Are you still making money?
How many search consultants do you know in different businesses that ask you what your people make, what your overhead is,
Right.
what your expenses are, and you're a privately held company, and we give it, because that's the table stakes that we have to play against. So I think transparency is a two-way street, and I think at the end of the day, if the business results are being driven, and there is trust, because to me this trust issue transcends programmatic, it transcends the digital world. If you don't trust your agency partner, then you probably need a new agency partner.
And you as a representative of the bigger agencies, is that, is it a different type of conversation, or does it have a different lens to it, or is it?
The conversation I think that I would have with advertisers, especially at the big level, is they need to be aligned in what they're thinking about too. So like just to give a good example, we'll have a very senior advertiser say, we don't want to do business with Google because Google's evil, and you may have contracts with them we don't know about. We want to pull all spend with Google. And then our day-to-day media contacts will turn around and be like, you can't pull spend with Google, they're our best performing partner. Right. So, to the whole Mark Pritchard argument, you kind of have to be aligned and ready to take action and aligned on what that realistic action is going to be. And that's those are the conversations that we're having with our advertisers right now, is like how much can we squeeze our partners to really enforce some of these new policies that we're putting in place around transparency. What are we really willing to do?
Right. The other complexity, of course, is not just fraud, right? You talked about the doping, or as I call it, the arms race, right? So some Russian kid will figure out a new way to skim advertisers, and you have to figure it out. And that's an ongoing battle. But there's also this whole area of, call it, blind placement, or not knowing where your placements go, right? We just read last week about a big scandal in the UK where Mercedes-Benz and Jaguar found themselves on web content that had either beheadings or porn, or both. And so a lot of advertisers actually placed a stop on their digital advertising to figure out how this was possible and how this was happening. And then we've also heard, of course, about all the measurement faux pas from Facebook and what have you. So there's such a swirl. So what is the biggest challenge of those three, or are they all part of the same sort of equation? Because some of it is self-inflicted, right? Placement, or not knowing where your placement is. Other is fraud. I'm not saying it's preventable, but there's certainly things that you can do about that. And then the measurement, you get another whole sort of swirl, if you like, a different lens.
I mean, from a fraud perspective, I can speak to kind of the things that we're doing. We're talking to multiple technology vendors to monitor our campaigns. We use blocking tags wherever we can from our integral ad signer to double verify partners, but then we kind of supplement that with some additional readouts and optimize away from fraud. But I think what you're hitting on is sort of like programmatic buying and sort of the downsides of where your impression could land on a page where you really didn't intend it to be. And I think we just kind of need to have better controls And whether that be reactive fraud approach or something more on the pre-bid side, I think we just need to be more familiar with the programmatic landscape and kind of get our hands dirty.
I would say on the viewability side of things and like the measurement side of things as well, the one I say kind of caution there is making sure you're scrutinizing that with an eye on not cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like if there's whether it's Google or Facebook or whatever that you maybe have an issue with how they define the word view, you can as an advertiser with a lot of budget, you can be, the big players can be pushing back on that, and whether it's using moat standards or any type of industry standards, but also realize that there's real consumer attention on these platforms,
Right.
and it's actually driving your business results. So don't make a blanket statement because you read in a headline somewhere that Facebook was miscalculating views. Like, was it doing something to drive business for you? That should be the thing we care about. And we can, as we debate and make sure the system gets better, but don't lose sight of the fact that we're using these platforms and channels to drive business results. And so that's the thing we should ultimately be caring about.
Mickey, well said. I couldn't agree more. Again, it gets back to, at the end of the day, planning for some level of this quote-unquote waste or inappropriate activity. But at the same time, do not, as you say, cut off your nose to spite your face and get subjective in your viewpoint about eliminating a channel because you see, I think that happens too often. These big proclamations come out and it's all or nothing. And it's more gray than that.
So is programmatic then the sort of call it the banner headline for all of the problems that we're talking about, and is other stuff safe, good?
No.
Thumbs up?
No, one of the biggest things that we uncovered when we really started to dive into fraud was one of the biggest sources of fraud is traffic sourcing. And we experience a lot of that in the programmatic world, but also on a direct buy as well. So you could be on a legitimate site and they're sourcing traffic from some good places, some not so good places, and that can result in a lot of non-human traffic that goes back into the programmatic atmosphere at a higher CPM, and fraudsters make a lot of money on that. And to add to the problem, as we started to investigate, we would look into, I won't call out any publishers, but big publisher, we'd call them up and say, hey, we're identifying that we think you're buying traffic here. We need to sort of cut those sources away. And they say, we're not buying traffic. And then we'd talk to a different verification vendor. They say, yeah, looks like they're sourcing traffic. And they would say, we're not sourcing traffic. And we would keep asking and pushing and pushing. And then finally, they would connect our sales team, who was on the front line, would connect with their marketing team behind the scenes and say, oh yeah, it looks like they're sourcing traffic. Let's figure out where those sources are. And what we did is we turned them off. So they identified maybe 5 sources of traffic. Turned them all off. We turned them all on one by one. And lo and behold, we figured out that's the one you need to turn off permanently.
Right.
And so we were able to mitigate. And that was on a direct buy, that's not in the programmatic landscape. So for sure is not, I would not say that programmatic is the culprit here.
And also, these are all digital tactics we were talking about, but why aren't we also having the conversation circulation numbers for print are also inflated? It's everywhere. It's not just.
Are you saying a GRP is not a GRP?
Right. Yeah,
oh
shocking. And we don't talk about the difference in those impressions or the quality of them. We just talk about width, not depth. And so, I think you should be questioning it all.
How many magazine ads are viewable?
That's why I think clients are inundated, whether it's print, whether it's broadcast, whether it's digital, whether it's experiential. I mean, I have been in meetings where clients have literally looked at me and said, please tell me why you think this really worked, and is it good, is it bad? And these are some very sophisticated people. I see all the metrics. I see all of the points, but I don't really see how do I evaluate that versus something else. Did it work for me or did it not? And at the end of the day, I have 5 metrics that matter to me, and they're mostly business metrics.
Yeah.
And so there's this confusion over all this data, and I think that's part of the credibility issue as well.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think what we hear a lot from CEOs and CMOs is I've never had more data in my life, and I've never been more confused in my life, right? And those two are sort of competing at the moment. So there's a couple of new shiny objects on the horizon, right? AI, VR, bots, we talked about some of them today. And how are we going to make sure that those don't sort of fall into the same trap? What is it that we can or should do to make those not part of this whole sort of negative swirl as they're beginning to sort of emerge and mature a little bit?
I think it starts where we're at. I mean, I like to equate the problem of fraud to the counterfeit issue in the United States back in the Lincoln administration. The Secret Service was actually created to counteract counterfeit money, and back in those days, it was estimated that about 30% or 35% of all U.S. currency was counterfeit, and today that figure is more like 0.001%. And so it's funny that today the news articles are all about 30% of your media is wasted, 30% of your media is non-human. So it feels like to me we have a very similar problem, and what we need is a very specific sort of task force to fight that, and that's how we're managing that at Digitas. We're creating specific teams to say let's attack this with a skilled and specialized force, and I think if we can control it here, we can control it in future mediums.
And when you mentioned that analogy this morning, the other point that came to my mind, in that scenario, those counterfeiters were punished severely, and there was accountability.
Yeah.
Right? If you can continue to get away with the same behavior,
well,
what would we expect to change?
In the basement in Kiev and
well, that's the challenge.
You
You asked earlier about the circulation numbers. People can at least point to something that they can see, that they can, they know their enemy, if you will. In this case, they don't. So that's scary.
Well, also in this case, it's bad behavior is like ultimately the root of it. So is it going to apply to future technologies and mediums and channels and things like that? Like if the same bad behavior that's been happening now is going to happen then, yes, it's going to. But if we put in policies, task force, whatever, to start to, hey, let's build more transparency into the system between clients and agencies, then we might have a shot at it, but if it's human behavior on some level. That's
and there's a lot of money, obviously, right? It's very lucrative to be in that business of skimming and scamming. So.
And for us, I mean, it's also a matter of optics. So we're working to get, as an agency our size, and this is fairly costly for us, a tag certification, seal of approval. We're supporting MRC. We are actively out there endorsing these things because for us it becomes a competitive advantage.
Right.
Anything we can do to mitigate the perceived risk that a client is taking with us and the dollars that we spend on their behalf through third parties, we will do because it's what we need to do to compete, with the big dogs.
And so is it then, because we've mentioned a number of different sort of bodies, if you like, right? DNA, the forays, the AIB tag, who? How do we then get to how do we get to the trial and the jury and the judge, and probably not convictions, because again you're not gonna find the people that were behind it, but so who?
I mean, those are great players in the ecosystem. Ultimately, I do think it's going to come down to just the clients and agencies working. Ultimately, like saying this is table stakes for us. We're not going to work with someone that doesn't follow this policy and this rules and gives us transparency and gives us our cost data. And if we are buying and there's a premium added on, then you get to debate the value of that premium and you don't just accept it. So I think there's I think ultimately it comes down to the decision makers on the client and agency side. While those bodies and players can certainly help shine a light on maybe some of the issues or things like that, it's ultimately going to come down to the people that are spending the money.
Okay.
Mickey, I loved your point too. The word premium to me is very important. It's not a terrible thing for an agency to make a premium. I mean, as long as it's transparent. We have folks that are used to a certain cost structure, and when we offer a new service or do something different, and we're able to charge a premium, it's almost like, whoa, are we allowed to do that? And the reality is, as long as it's transparent, it's market value.
Sure.
Certain things are worth more than others and should be charged at a premium.
No, I think that's totally fair. I want to, because we have about 10 minutes left, I think, I want to make sure that if there's any questions to the panel or points of view that you would like to share, this is your time, this is your moment.
You could have guessed it. Joe's got a question. Joe?
I would have been disappointed, Joe.
Yeah, well, and I hope this isn't too much of a non sequitur, but putting aside the transparency issues related to compensation and rebates and kickbacks, focusing on the other areas. I mean, brands always want to be in the right content and supporting the right content. So we have viewability, non-human issues. But then we have these other nefarious actors out there like malware, and in particular now, fake news, okay?
Yeah.
So the only reason, well, not the only reason, but the main reason fake news exists is because there's an economic incentive for it.
A whole
right?
town in Macedonia lives off
Yeah.
of it, so.
So my question to all of you is that something the industry should be taking a position on? Have a policy like we did with piracy content or malware?
Mm-hmm. Go.
The question was on fake news specifically.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but I feel like if you're not buying on, if you're not buying on illegitimate news sites, then you're going to avoid fake news. I think there are similar challenges that exist in the programmatic landscape where again you are looking for a specific customer, whether it be through remarketing or through data, and you're looking for people who look like somebody who might be visiting those kinds of sites. It's a simple matter of blacklisting, right? Can we not just get together? I think we can agree on which sites are far left and far right, and there's a high chance for that news to be invalid. So as long as you're working with a partner, a verification partner who is managing a whitelist or a blacklist for you, then those kinds of instances should be able to be managed. I think in social media, Facebook specifically, it gets a little bit more complex. That's always been kind of a burning question is, how do you control the content that you're next to in a feed? And I don't think we're there yet. I think, the technology just doesn't exist, and I know that it's certainly something that all of our vendors are thinking about, but right now I don't see a solution for that.
Yeah, I don't mean so much from a brand safety point of view of you protecting your clients from showing up there. I mean from an industry position or policy of saying this is not something, like what agencies and brands have been doing with piracy content, where you're just not supporting it. You're making a statement that it's not a good thing for the world and we're not going to provide the economics or goodwill associated with it.
Yes, I think it would be great. I just would question how effective it might be by making that policy statement. But yes, I think we should.
Probably it's going to come down again to an industry-wide policy or a point of view that gets or gets not accepted, and I would hope it does.
If one doesn't accept it, then
right.
How effective is it?
It doesn't solve the problem because the problem is still there, but at least it gives direction to how you want to approach the problem. But I think that is the challenge is, in the way I see it, is that there's too many parties trying to solve their part of the problem, and nobody is, looking at the problem holistically and trying to solve for the industry. I'm solving for the advertiser, or I'm solving for the agencies, or I'm solving for the interactive agencies, or or I'm solving for the supply side. But nobody really seems to. Those parties don't really want to come together. It seems like at the moment to sort of solve for the industry, and that I think is the challenge. And certainly between the 4As and the A&A, I think there's very little love at the moment. So those two are not really going to sort of move on that, I don't think, and that is, I think, part of the challenge as well. Any other questions?
Well, fraud's not limited to digital media, is it? I mean, it happens elsewhere as well. So what about that? I mean, is digital? Do you think digital's getting sort of a bad rap?
Bad rap for
an overly bad rap just because it's in the news so much?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I mean, but I think it goes back to you got to question some of the assumptions that are built into all media channels, and so whether it's inflated circulation numbers, or even like if someone's got a PR report that said that took got 1 billion impressions because they're taking the entire traffic from someone's it's showing up on Huffington Post or something like that as opposed to the page it was on. So I mean, I think there's measurement. We accept things from a measurement perspective because it's the way it's always been done, so to speak. And so I think in digital we have so much more data, and so there's kind of maybe adds a burden to it, or that maybe you can poke holes at it, but where's the trackable data that shows that a bus stop ad is actually reaching that number of people that you think you're buying?
Well, we also use one word, digital, to encompass a vast landscape of media, right? There's TV, there's radio, there's print, and there's digital, like it's one thing. I mean, it's
it really
a lot
is.
of different things.
Right. Yeah, no, people
It's
talk.
actually been part of our challenge, is even with some clients, having a discussion about what we mean by digital. What is digital? And again, sounds like a philosophical debate, but it really is important. And when you say, is digital getting a bad rap? Well, slice digital into its hundreds and hundreds of pieces, and maybe parts of it are, parts of it get what they deserve.
Yeah. I think it's also because there's a lot of money in there, whereas and it's very visible.
And it's
the
the unknown.
Right.
I mean, there's some unknown attached to it as well.
I want to make sure that we don't miss out on anybody. Everybody solved world peace? One more. No, we still have a doubt about world peace. Okay.
Sorry. What role or would you say that the interests of a buyer might play into creating the environment where the fraud seems like a good idea? And I'm specifically talking about the MethBot situation over the last 9 months or so, where it was particularly involved in large player and specific domains of high traffic because of the electoral process. Thanks.
Anybody want to dive in? I have my thoughts.
Sure.
No, so is your question, what's the incentive to do it?
Well, no. Basically the incentives were stacked for buy as much large player as humanly possible, even though there's not that much inventory out there.
Right.
So then the incentive for the fraud was enormous, but placed upon by the industry saying we only want large player, or we only want from these sites. These other places are now blacklisted. So then the fraudsters say, well, why don't we figure out a way to get around?
Yeah, I think part of the problem really is that a lot of advertisers talk about two sides of their mouth, right? So on the one hand, they said fraud, unacceptable, ad bots, find a way to sort of figure that out, ad blocking, work around that, and so they want all of that solved and they want all of that right. And at the same time, they're saying, oh, and by the way, I'm paying you 0.1% fee, and the rest is all going to be on incentives and what have you. And by the way, I need it on Monday, right? And so I think there's something inherent on the advertiser side that needs to, you can't just have it cheap, but then also fantastic, right? There's a tension in that. Having said that, I think it's a fair ask for an advertiser to say, hey, with my size or with my budget, I'm expecting you to find me a really good price and do that. So I think it's incumbent upon the people that sort of sell, whether they are owners or whether they are intermediaries, that they sell what is right rather than what is right for them. And I think that's where part of the problem has sort of come from as well. So if we can solve for those types of things, we're going to get into a better place. Ultimately, we have to also recognize that big media agencies and media holding companies are commercial enterprises who are beholden to their shareholders, not so much your shareholders, right? And so if you're an advertiser, they are in the business of making money, and you should allow them to make as much money as you think is fair, so that they can do a stellar job for you, rather than just saying, well, figure out how you make money. Because if you're not going to allow them to make money, they'll find another way to make money, and part of that is why we're here today. So there's a lot of things that need to be solved for, which again, we're not going to solve probably today in this forum, but I think those are some of the reasons why I think ultimately all the industry bodies need to come together to figure something out, rather than the ANA trying to figure it out, or the 4As, or the IAB, or whatever. So that's just my opinion. No idea.
I would add, I think, in relation to MethBot, I think it's important that we control the hype. MethBot reported that, millions or billions of advertising dollars are being stolen every day, but we quickly looked into the situation and couldn't find more than $1 of any of our advertisers across our network that was affected. So I'd personally love to know who was affected by MethBot, because it seemed to me that it kind of brought a lot of attention to white ops, and we do partner with white ops, and But I think that we need to be careful of, you know, the broad blanket statements that are being made by these companies who, you know, are looking for a stake in you know, in the spend, and figure out, you know, what's the real breadth of the problem.
All right.
All right, well, Martin, thank you very much. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
An issue I guess we're not going to solve here today, as Martin said. So I'd like to invite our final presentation to take the stage, please. Nice to meet you.
Hello, everyone. I will apologize ahead of time. I broke my hand this weekend washing dishes, believe it or not. So if I happen to drop this, I apologize, and I will do my best to try and find it. But thank you all for coming. And my name is Meg Ryan. I'm our Senior Director of Marketing Strategy for the Atlanta Hawks, and Philip Sabrina. It's important that we distinguish both of them because the Atlanta Hawks is really how we bring people into the arena, and then the arena is how we create that memorable experience. So with that, let's focus on our target audience. So when we talk about our fan base here in Atlanta, we are uniquely this small franchise that is part of a global brand, and a global brand that is growing at a tremendous rate. And so obviously when you have such a large audience that you could potentially go after, it's very difficult to create content or purchase media to reach them. So for us, we target next-gen Atlantans. So a next-gen Atlantan is actually, for us, a millennial and a little bit of the younger Gen X audience. Those are individuals who typically live inside the perimeter. They're socially savvy. They are paying with mobile pay. They are engaging and living their lives on their phones. Next, multicultural. So I know that this is inherently part of the millennial audience, but we like to call them out very separately, because from a TV standpoint, we do know that there's a separate audience, whether it's Hispanic or African American, that we do need to target, particularly the Hispanic audience as we think about going global, as well as the Chinese. So that is, the NBA is growing very quickly in China as well. And then lastly, business to business. Within a large arena, there are premium offerings, and so from that standpoint, B2B is very important for us. So when we talk about our brand, what does that mean? We are true to Atlanta, and I'm sure all of you have been driving down 75 and 85 as well as 200 and seeing our billboards that say true to Atlanta. But what does that mean? That means it's our promise to our fans in our city to always give our best and represent them in a manner that is honest, authentic, and instills pride. It's a rallying cry and a filter for everything that we do. So what is our brand promise? To entertain and unite the city through basketball. And that's really important to us, because we know that within the city there's one thing we can do better than anybody else, and that's basketball. Next is the Phillips Arena brand promise, and as I mentioned, this is how we do what we do, which is create extraordinary moments for our guests with Southern hospitality. Our brand values, so when we talk about building a brand, which previously, I'm sure a couple years ago, you saw a brand relaunch that we did, where we went from our traditional red and blue, and then we came out with these strong colors, and we changed our logo, and we changed our name even. So why do we do that? And it's really around our brand values and what our audience cares about. So integrity, teamwork, work ethic, inclusiveness, authenticity, and innovation. These are things that on the court you see, but also within our front office. Our brand personality, we are playful, bold, resilient, captivating, and humble. And if any of you, actually a show of hands, who here follows us on social? Anybody? Excellent, so you know exactly what this means. And when we talk about our brand on the court, as well as our brand as a person. This is what we think about. And there's a short clip that will show you exactly what, when I talk about our brand coming to life, what that means. Potentially. Should I click it again?
Let me show you what hot is.
We are the Atlanta Hawks Basketball Club. The way we dress is different.
Swagger, you know, that's I did not see this coming.
Where we play is different. We have leadership who's different.
T.I.'s gonna be there. Stevie K's gonna be there. Be there.
That was a nice touch.
You like that?
And the way we speak to our fans is very different.
One NBA team has taken matchmaking to a whole different level.
Tinder users packed a love lounge.
We see this as the digital version of bringing people together.
It started trending on Twitter.
Ashley Madison wants you to cheat with the Atlanta Hawks.
This is a sexy-looking hawk right there.
It really was. That's a pretty smart commercial by the Atlanta Hawks.
The Atlanta Hawks are definitely thinking outside the box.
Who's working in their marketing department? Like 25-year-olds?
We are true to the city that is true to us.
The Atlanta Hawks has shown what you can do when you pull together.
It's your Atlanta. Keep on climbing
I look at this team right now, I totally underestimated them.
True to Atlanta.
So I'd like to go back for a second and talk about our fans and a big shift that I know all of you are seeing. But in sports, a lot of times we like to think of ourselves as almost being immune to almost anything that's out there. And that's because of fan passion and really how fans interact with us. And that's around TV and really how individuals consume our product. And we've seen a massive shift. I know we've probably talked about it a little bit earlier today, but we've seen double-digit declines in the way in consumption of sports as a whole across ESPN as well as NBC Sports and name your sports channel. But then on the flip side of that, from an NBA standpoint, our TV rights increased. We had a TV rights deal about 3 years ago that increased to $24 billion. It's a massive deal. And what that means for us is really the opportunity for us to scale our brand. But that's an interesting change there. If we know that our fans, our next-gen Atlantans, are not necessarily consuming our product on TV, then where are they consuming it? And then how are we going to replace that $24 billion in several years when that goes away? Because that has a massive impact to our bottom line. And the way we do that is by scaling our brand across multiple channels and kind of echoing that our brand values and our core values that I just described. So how do we do that? I mentioned we relaunched our brand. So we changed our name. We know that millennials care about inclusiveness. We know that they care about making sure that everybody is welcome. And we made sure, even strategically within our name, to make sure that everybody is welcome. And that got us a number 2 ranking. And I'm not really sure why USA Today picked Golden State, which is just a bridge on a logo, as the number 1 logo, but I like to think ours is the best. But we are the only NBA team and the only professional team to include the word club in our logo. Next, we think about our promotions, and I know some of you have probably seen these, but Tinder Night, I mentioned it in the video. If you didn't go to the event, I'm sure you heard about it. It was all over, and everybody keeps asking, are we going to do this again? And we will. I just can't tell you too much about it. Kobe, interesting fact with Kobe. So he retired, luckily, right before he played us. And all of a sudden you see ticket sales skyrocket. But what does that mean for us? Well, Steve sat down and said, you need to do something fun and interesting. So Kobe talks about us when he goes home. And interesting fact, when he went home after his final retirement journey, he said that the most meaningful thing that he got in all of the cities was having the Black Mamba named after him at the Atlanta Zoo. So true story, if you decide to go, the name of the Black Mamba is Kobe. Also, when we went on our epic winning streak a couple years ago, Steve wrote a boss's letter and allowed any individual, because we do play on the West Coast as well, much to my chagrin, running the social channels. But you have like a 9:30 tip-off or a 10 o'clock tip-off, which is horrific for the next day at work. So we offered employers, so employees could take this letter, download it, put their boss's name in and give it to their boss, and they could bring their boss to the game, and we would give their boss a ticket for free. So all of these things are interesting ways that we try and target different audiences and introduce our brand. Next on social, I know we just finished a great panel to discuss social, but we like to look at our owned content, and this is what's really important to us. And you'll notice we create different types of content for different types of fan, because we know that not everybody is going to be an avid Hawks fan, not everybody is going to be a massive Dwight Howard fan. So how do we find those fans and really convert them? And one of the biggest things that we've done this year is actually in the bottom right-hand corner, which is our schedule release. To give you some context around this, the schedule release is probably the most boring time in the NBA. It's in the middle of August. Nobody cares about basketball. And typically when we release our schedule, you get around a couple thousand people that just happen across our webpage and they look, and we decided we wanted to do something a little bit different, something that breaks the mold. Golden State, who is one of the largest social brands, as well as the New York Knicks, also released their schedule, obviously, at the same time we did. They only had a couple thousand views of their schedules collectively. By the end of this, we had over 10,000 views, and that was within 2 days. But what was great about it is we did not tell everybody what those emojis meant. So you had to come back later and get the key so you could actually understand what those are. But this was really interesting because it got everybody talking about the Hawks, and it was everybody from my mom, who's 65 years old, all the way through to some of my neighbors who are in their teens trying to figure out who each of those icons and those emojis were. So it's that great social chatter that unites everybody, and it united people around Atlanta, and it was a great, from our standpoint, a great sports story. Next, in a huge part of our game presentation, so another show of hands, who here has gone to a Hawks game? Anybody? Awesome. So you've seen our court projection, and that is something that is unique to us in the way that we choose to represent our brand. And the whole purpose behind this is to make sure that it's that inclusiveness and making sure that the way that a fan consumes our product, whether you're on the court or you're up in the 400s, can have a prime experience. And the interesting thing about the court projection is that it is actually better the higher up you go. And my favorite place to actually watch it is from the 9th level, which is right below the catwalk. And most people can't get there, but on the mirror side of that, that's where our 400 levels are. And what's great is a family who's going to their first game can actually consume our product in a really unique way. And this is just, again, it's about taking our brand and breaking down those barriers. So whether you're in the arena or you're outside of the arena, people want to talk about it. And here's a little video for those of you who have not had a chance to see it.
I'm truly phenomenal. Believing is optional. The facts speak for themselves.
Perfect. So again, for those of you who have not had a chance to see it live, I recommend that you do come see it. There are a couple of these that are running, so I didn't spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it. But next, NBA 2K. So Next Gen Atlantans, I mentioned they're that millennial group. They're that younger audience, and we know that they're gamers. And the challenge that we always get is how do you take somebody from their couch and bring them to an arena where you're going to pay more for your beer, you're going to have to wait in line for the bathroom, and how do you get somebody off their couch? And it's really reaching them where they are. And we felt like NBA 2K and gaming world is a prime opportunity for us to go and reach these individuals. And so we didn't just build our brand to be consumed in this area, but one thing that's really interesting, and I feel like I said this once in a meeting and then Steve kept repeating it, so I feel like it may be true, but when we relaunched our brand, we wanted to make sure our brand resonated with this audience, and we found that, and again, this is totally made up by me, but Steve repeated it, so if it's incorrect, you can blame him, but we found that our jersey and our uniform was the #1 jersey and uniform that was selected among our core audience for NBA 2K. And what that says to me is across the nation, people care about our brand. They want to see our brand. They want to align themselves. And that's really why we picked this brand, is not just how it shows up here, but we wanted to make sure that anybody could have a piece of our brand and be a part of our brand and see themselves within our brand. So how are we doing? So we made all of these changes, and I would say that we're doing pretty well. Our attendance is up, our retail, excuse me. This is what I get by operating with my left hand. I'm not left-handed. But we've seen all of our social increase, and this is a huge metric for us. And this is not just us tweeting during a game. This is video consumption. And that's really important to us because if you think back to the double-digit decline in our TV viewership, but you also know that I mentioned that our TV deals have gone up. So we're trying to create alternate means for us to engage with our fans and spread our brand. And to me, by looking at our overall engagement and our growth there, that's an early indicator that what we're doing is really resonating. And with that, are there any questions?
Great, thanks, Meg. A little hand for her, thank you. I have a question. So you have some pretty big stars in your team who are sort of brands themselves in a way, and they obviously use social media. So I'm wondering, kind of in the age of influencer marketing, how the Hawks as a brand kind of manages that. I mean, are there deliverables for like your stars to actually use their social channels to pump up your brand in some way, or do you watch and monitor what they say on their channels? Is there any relationship there?
Sure. And I will also say that working for the NBA definitely has its advantages when it comes to influencer marketing in particular. The NBA also supports us tremendously. We are probably one of the most liberal sports leagues that is out there. And I bring that up because for us, influencers are not just players, they're other teams as well. And being an international brand, it is of the utmost importance that we leverage our players in particular. Mm-hmm. And an example is Dennis Schroeder. He is the Michael Jordan of Germany. And for those of you who don't know, he's our starting point guard. And it was interesting because we did not have a position at the Hawks that worked with our players and player branding. And that was a huge miss, and that's something that from the basketball operations side through to the front office, we identified as an opportunity for us to improve. So this is our first year that we have an individual that is dedicated to player branding and working with kind of bridging that gap between the basketball side as well as the front office and making sure that we are using our channels as well as the player channels to the utmost capacity. And that's very important to us because that's how we can grow our audience. Another example is Dwight Howard. Dwight has a massive foundation that we can't directly promote, but we definitely make sure that we deploy our photographers and our social team to follow him when he's in market. And he's helped us grow tremendously in China as well. But to answer your question, there aren't exact deliverables that we ask from a player, but we do help them, especially the rookies, in saying, here's how you set up your account, here's how you get a verified account, here's some do's and don'ts. And what I think is great now, and I actually had a discussion with a member of the Spurs yesterday who mentioned that there's a shift going on at their organization as well, that the younger athletes understand branding. And that's huge for us because they're coming to us saying, I want to brand myself. I want to be the next Shaq. I want to be the next Michael Jordan, and preserve the longevity of their careers. And they know that social is the easiest way for them to do so.
Great, thanks. Any other questions for Meg? Yep, in the back. Ryan, you ever? Okay.
Great job. Makes me want to go and see a Hawks game. Can you talk a little bit, what do you do in terms of customer service? So when consumers reach out to you or to the team rather via social media, how is that managed and how is that monitored and how do you respond to that?
So we have a couple different means that's not just around social. So we are piloting a new product right now that allows fans, based on their seat location, we recognize their tickets, and we engage Watson on the back end to understand and learn our fan experience as well as our customer experience team, so that we can automate that process. So the fan experience inside the arena is paramount to us. We want to make sure that if you take the time to come out to a game, that we make it the best possible experience. So on social, we actually sit on press row, and anytime that there is an issue, we have a radio with us. So if it hasn't been addressed immediately by the usher or the customer service staff that's there, we proactively do so. We typically take it offline, so if somebody does tweet at us and say, hey, somebody's sitting in my seat, or my food is cold, something of that nature, we message them back directly, and we say that somebody will be there to help you shortly. So we try and make it as personal as possible, which is why we take it out of the public forum. It's not that we're trying to hide anything, but we do feel that there's something to be said about the one-on-one experience.
Any other questions? Oh, right next to me.
So Atlanta is a town of a lot of transplants. So how do you market to someone who's coming here with a fan base from somewhere else, or comes from a city that had no NBA team? How do you find those people and market to them?
So that's part of the reason we shifted our strategy to focus on next-gen Atlantans. So there are two parts to that answer. The first one is next-gen Atlantans. We found that there are basically three types of next-gen Atlantans. You have the younger ones who are about 18 to 23, and then you have the 24 to about 30, and then you have the ones who are 30 to about 35. The ones that are younger are typically, we found, from Atlanta. So our goal is to create youth programs to reach out to those individuals and really grow them up through the program. So our hope is that as more people choose to put roots down here in Atlanta, that we will be able to reach them younger, and so the Hawks are a huge part of their life growing up. So that's part one. Part two is really about that NBA story. So we are very fortunate to be a part of a global brand where everybody, whether you're a Celtics fan, a Lakers fan, a Bulls fan, whichever brand it might be, we have the opportunity to market to that. So there are some data intelligence strategies that we have on the back end to make sure that we are monitoring you as an individual to find those clusters and really reach you and say, if you're let's say you're a Golden State fan, if you're a Golden State fan, what we can do is proactively reach out to you and say, hey, thanks for shopping on NBA.com. Here's an opportunity to see the Warriors take on your Atlanta Hawks when they come to Atlanta. So we do share data with the NBA as well to make sure that we're creating a holistic picture of our fan.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll let you go.
So I was really interested in your positioning of the club. Fan is such an objectifying concept anyway, especially in a day and age where everybody's a fan of something. Are you doing anything to make the club material and do actual membership marketing or make it more than a symbol?
Absolutely. So fan clubs are not a new thing for us. We currently have a membership model that we rolled out about 5 years ago, which was the precursor to the club. And many soccer clubs have already done this across the pond, but we chose to bring that here. And you'll start to see this expand. We have a Phillips Arena renovation and reimagination that's going to roll out in the next 2 years. And our fan club experience will certainly be tied to that. And so it will be enhancing that fan experience by providing not only a fan experience based on your personal preference, but also based on the youth and your age and if you have a family and everything like that. So it's all about providing value to our fans. So the fan club will be a huge part of that.
Okay. All right, Meg, thanks very much. Thank you. It was great. Okay.
Explore, I think, a lot more about content marketing. And the starting point for this is, as you introduce yourself very quickly, talk about the first time you remember interacting with some piece of content from some brand that you remember. I'll start with myself. My name is Dan Israel, and I have a company called Reptile Storytelling, doing customer journey consulting work. And the first time I remember interacting with, I remember something was my, I don't even know if they have it anymore because my kids never asked for it, but a big wheel that was on TV, and I remember seeing it in the circulars and how it made an impact on me, and I got an emotional connection to it and bugged my parents till they got it for me. So, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm Lacey Creaser, and I am the Director of Digital at Jackson Spalding. We are a full-service agency here in Atlanta, and I guess the first retail fun experience I had with content, I might show my age a little bit, but if anybody remembers Turtles record stores, I saw on TV they had the first gift card that I really know about. They were these like $50 size, hard, heavy metal coins, and they had imprinted on them like record tracks. And they also had $5, $10, $25. So I saw them on TV and I had to have them. So I think my first like real retail experience with content was getting some Turtles Records gift cards and buying some awesome music. Probably Michael Jackson or Tiffany, something great.
Awesome. Hi, I am Lynn Lilly, the founder of Craftbox Girls, a digital media destination to discover all things do-it-yourself. So from DIY home projects to kids' crafts and party how-tos. I would have to say probably my first goes back to a circular. I remember being about 8 or 9 years old. If you remember Kids R Us, I don't even know if they're still around, but they would send the circulars around. And I found this dress that was probably the most hideous thing now if you look at it, but it was a jean dress with like splatter paint on it, and I wanted it so bad. The girl in the circular was super cute, and my parents actually made me save my own money. So that was the first time I ever went to a store, spent my own money to buy that dress, and I think the picture of me still hangs in my parents' living room.
I need to do that with my daughter to make sure she starts saving money.
Hi, I'm Dave Randolph. I'm from BKV. We're a direct and digital agency of about 150 people here in Atlanta. Been around for 35 years, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer. My first experience with content marketing is going to be more from the business side. So I worked at 360i for 9 years before BKV, and we sold the very first influencer marketing program to JCPenney. And it was crazy. It was like $15,000, and it's like they're never going to spend that much. And we set up a photo shoot with an early, group of bloggers to pick their favorite JCPenney wear, which they were trying to reposition as more premium, and take a picture with them and their children and their favorite kind of gear and everything. Did a beautiful photo shoot in New York. Had a lot of great bloggers that came in and did it, and the photo shoot was beautiful. And I remember one particular blogger had this gorgeous outfit on, and she had her adorable daughter sitting on her lap and everything. And the JCPenney buyers killed the whole thing because her legs were too stumpy. I will never forget that. They killed the whole thing. Can you imagine the bad will that they set off from doing that? So it's because they weren't models, which of course now user-generated content is the biggest, most important part of content marketing. And so that was probably 2011.
Too bad you didn't have Photoshop.
Yeah.
So
Well,
does anyone, to make this interactive, please feel free, if you have questions as we're talking, we really don't mind if you want to ask. So don't feel compelled to wait till the end. The first question I want to ask, and I want to throw this out as a jump ball, is everyone talks about content marketing, but everyone has different definitions of what it actually means. And I wanted to get your take. How do you define content marketing?
Me?
Okay.
Anyone. I mean, I would say that content marketing is primarily, we've used that as a catch-all phrase for anything that is kind of earned. So it touches a consumer, it touches the end consumer, and it would somehow influence either the top of the funnel or maybe even whether they're going to be a recurring purchaser from your company. But it could be anything from product reviews to reputation management to bloggers and off-site kind of stuff, reviews, that type of thing, PR. It's kind of a catch-all.
For us, as a digital media startup, we work a lot in content marketing for products and brands. The way we view it is taking a product or a brand and integrating it in organic format into the content we're creating, but that content is so engaging and enticing to consumers. The product isn't front of mind, it's integrated and weaved into that content, and because it's so enticing and still providing meaning, the consumer's interested and really intrigued to learn more about that product.
I just think it's information that prompts or sparks interest. I just want to get you interested so then you come back and I can get you the rest of the way.
One of the interesting discussions we had in our prep was about who owns content marketing from a brand standpoint. If you're a startup, I think it's a much easier story to tell. But I wanted to throw this out to the group to ask, who owns content marketing from a brand standpoint, and who would you think is exemplar when it comes to organizing content marketing to make it work? And we had talked about maybe even having someone set up a czar. So I'm throwing it out there, David. I think you were the one that originally brought up that point about the governance.
Yeah, so for those of you who are from brands, you might experience this challenge, but in most organizations, and especially retail organizations, there really doesn't seem to be a owner of content marketing. It's kind of a new thing, but it's very challenging because you could have bad reviews on the website that could potentially disrupt, a purchase path. And someone was absolutely interested, and you had a great ad that led them to the website, and then they got to the website, and there's bad reviews. So that's one instance, and it happens in travel as well. I mean, have you ever been about to book something, or maybe even go to a restaurant, and you check TripAdvisor, and the reviews are terrible? That's content marketing. Someone's not doing a great job, and obviously the restaurant needs to get better too, but that's a big problem. So I think that is a challenge, is that no one's really in charge of it.
I mean, I see that from my perspective as well. Whether I'm working directly with brands or agencies, there's really not one person that is the expert in content marketing. It ends up falling on someone's plate that may be handling PR, certain aspects of marketing, or social. And I think some of that falls into the cracks of not tracking properly, not really understanding what the ROI is. And I think you're right, there needs to be a czar when it comes to a brand. And maybe that's not the right word, but we came up with that on the call.
I think this is just poor planning. I think everybody has to just put a stake in the ground. Somebody has to own it. I think if it's agency side, if we are going to suggest some type of content marketing initiative or campaign, then it's on us to say, okay, who's the owner? Because we're happy to do that if you don't already have someone. I also think brand side, it's a huge mistake right now not to have someone super focused, laser focused on content marketing right now.
This discussion kind of reminds me of that Hindu proverb that I throw out a lot, which is you have three blind men touching an elephant. One touches the trunk, one touches the body, one touches the tail. They're all comparing what they're feeling, and they all come out with different viewpoints. And this is exactly the problem we have here. I think one of the things we all discussed from both the client and the agency side is the only way to really make it work is if you set up some sort of governance structure. And it has to be something where everybody has skin in the game, so that way they feel that they were empowered to have their perspectives heard.
And I think that's where we came up with on our call, a content marketing strategy. So if you have it written down, you have a plan in place, then there won't be any problems. So you're handling social media, you're handling online reputation negative output, you're handling anything random or miscellaneous that might come up, then there's no questions. You know, there's really no gray area at that point, and you know where to pick up the ball and keep running, and you don't have big misses that we tend to see a lot when someone isn't in charge.
Now that we've solved the issue of governance, the next big pain point that we talked about on the call was, what do we do about analytics? You know, how do you track content marketing? What are the right analytics, and how do you even, you know, go about making sure that you're able to curate that information to provide a good storyline? Lacey, I think you had some perspectives on that.
Yeah, so before Jackson Spalding starts any campaign or initiative, we immediately try to understand, okay, how are we going to define success? Once we can define success, then we can understand, okay, now how are we going to measure that success? So the random measurements that everyone looks at, the fundamental, foundational, page views, what are people interacting with most? Where are they coming from? How often are they on your site? How long are they on your site? These are all things that can help you understand how people want to engage with your brand more. And to put a content marketing lens on it, we actually have a ton of clients that come to us. And let's say a basic purchase journey funnel, right? So the top is research and awareness, middle is confirmation, people need testimonials, need to know that they're finding the best product for them, and then the bottom is anything that is conversion related. Everyone is killing the conversion funnel piece, right? Because everyone's doing buy now, 10% off, here's my stores, you can find us here. But not a lot of people are doing the what are people actually searching for online, and can you get in front of those people and answer their specific need? So at JS, we like to do stuff that keyword research, we start there. We find the gaps in the conversation. We want to find out exactly who the audience is for your brand, and then we want to know what their specific need states are. So then we have a foundation to go build the right content pieces to answer those questions and hit them early on in those awareness parts and the confirmation stages of the funnel. So we're actually broadening our circle that way. So I think measurement really needs to be related to a specific need that your audience is looking for, and how do we make sure that we are able to follow up on that. So once you're able to create a piece of content, you can put it in that funnel bucket. So I know this speaks to awareness. Then I can actually track that piece of content and follow that user following that piece of content. So there needs to be some assumptions, because when you go online to offline, it gets really tricky and sticky, but then you can come up with some really fun, creative things. Throwing a store locator on, what stores are actually being searched the most, and then do you see a peak in those stores at the same time? So this is where it gets really fun, and you come up with a really great crafted concept for measurement, specifically for the task at hand.
I would say you're in the rarity, because I can't tell you how many agencies and brands I talk to when they come to us wanting to do a content marketing campaign on our platform. We ask a lot of those questions and we get, well, we're not sure. And to me, especially when I'm talking to agencies, that's alarming, right? Like, for them not understanding what their traditional goals are. Is it engagement? Is it brand awareness? Is it driving sales? Are we wanting to hone in on specific social platforms and engagements? You know, those are a lot of things that the brands are not figuring out on their own, or their agencies are not figuring out. And it really makes the job tough when they come to platforms like us as a digital media platform, and they don't have those answers. We can't best help them and put together a strategy on our platform to really get our consumers to engage with their brands the way that they want them to, if they don't even know. So that's, I mean, a tremendous issue. And again, on the analytics, we provide campaign results for all of our campaigns that kind of touch through all those touch points. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten back from the agency brand, this is amazing. We don't usually get this from some of the other blogs or digital media platforms we work on. I'm like, what? Like,
There's tools that do fundamentals. You have no excuse. There's tools. You just hit go.
So
That's
basically, you're just throwing your money in a well and hoping it works. So it's very alarming.
So BKV, one of our clients is Southern Company, Georgia Power, and we do their social management. And when you start off an engagement, everyone kind of knows about their power company, and we kind of complain about them when the bills come, but what is kind of the ongoing discussion about Southern Company and how can they improve that? So you start off with a situation analysis. There are tools out there where you can pull down all the tweets, all the Facebook posts, all the, anybody who's posting and blogging. And so you can look at the volume of posts. You can start to categorize it in what are the subjects people are talking about. Are they talking about my power outages? You might put that in one bucket. You might put another bucket. What was it like to switch power companies? And so you can pull that out, and then you can do a sentiment analysis. Was the post informational? Was it negative, or was it positive? And then what were the themes married therein? And then you can find out, well, first of all, not enough people are talking about as good or bad. And then second of all, if there is buzz, how can we turn that more positive? And you can start to see where they're complaining, perhaps. And you can start to say, well, we need to attack our involvement in the community, or whatever it may be, for Southern Company, for example. So it starts with a good situation analysis and figuring out sentiment and buzz volume.
So who do you all think does content marketing really, really well? I'm not going to ask you who you think does it really, really badly, because all of us, I think, have a pretty good idea who doesn't do it well from personal experience. But who really does it well?
I mean, I think from a cross-platform standpoint, I think Target does a phenomenal job of content marketing in all aspects.
Here's my problem with Target.
Okay.
I love Target, and they get every bit of my money. However, their content marketing is on point, and it is great, and they track me with all their great ads and all that. But as soon as I go to their website and their pictures are this big, then when you click on it, it's still this big. What are we doing, Target? You're Target.
I agree with you on that.
You need to have the best website out there as far as I'm concerned. Like, that crazy. If you're gonna do all this content marketing, right, you have to close the loop. Make sure when I land on your website, I'm going to be a happy customer.
I agree with you.
Even though they still get all my money, so whatever. I love, and Lynn can probably speak way more to this, I love all of the subscription services right now. Dollar Shave Club, oh my God, I love them. I love them, and we are subscribed. I mean, my husband doesn't even really need to shave his face at all because he doesn't grow facial hair, but I have subscribed because I just love them so much. Birchbox, Dollar Shave Club, they get new products, not so much Dollar Shave Club, but Birchbox, constantly revolving product that is so fun, that is just content gold that they can constantly provide. One more I'll throw out that I love from a negative sentiment standpoint, because David mentioned some of this online reputation management. Nike support, holy cow, they are so good. So good. They're pulling all of their negative needs into one focused area, so anyone will not just stumble across that because it's in a channel that's not hidden, but very transparent, and I love that. Those are my three.
I think some of the online entertainment venues like, or networks like Netflix or HBO, I think they do a fantastic job with content management. The fact that they use the shows to kind of pull you into signing up for Netflix or paying for HBO Premium. But it's amazing how those faces, Game of Thrones and everything, show up everywhere. And I'm a subscriber of both, and we'll keep on doing it. And I got there because they've pushed the shows. I mean, House of Cards really built Netflix into what it is today.
And we'd be crazy not to mention Amazon, let's be honest.
They're
the owners, let's be honest. Yeah. But, I mean, did you guys see them drop their shipping rate now to match up with Walmart? Like, so on point. And now they're funneling that message out everywhere. So just in case you didn't see, hey, by the way, $35 shipping.
And they're having a big sale today, supposedly, a one-day sale. There's some code that you can type in that I saw. But yeah, that's a great example. Amazon just, I think that the reason they've survived and Jet failed was because Jet did not have product reviews.
Who's Jet? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. And they had huge backing, but as soon as I saw they're not going to do customer reviews, I knew that wasn't a good idea, because I can't tell you how important product reviews are, even for like a $10 thing that I buy from Amazon. But I make sure that the stars are there. It's got to be at least 4 stars, right? Dave does not buy.
I'm kind of curious. When I think of user-generated content, I'm wondering if we put it in the same category as content marketing. And I'm also wondering on how do we track content marketing, or is it called something else when it's on the dark web? And dark web, I'm not talking about tours. I'm talking about dark web as in on Facebook, where you really can't track what people are doing, or on some other sites. So how do you think about that in terms of dark web, in terms of user-generated content, and does it still fall into the bucket of content marketing? Bueller?
I mean, so I think user-generated content can be a great thing and can be a bad thing, right? One, I think if you don't have that person that's managing user-generated content, whether that is focusing on reviews or complaints, that can be devastating to your brand. But on the other fold, positive user-driven content for your brand is gold. I mean, because those are reviews and testaments from individuals that may be considered influencers, but we all know that when we get a recommendation from a friend, we're going to take that way more than we are an advertisement from a brand. So, not having a person that's in charge of it, I think, is hard. You need that person, like the czar, that is focusing, I don't know a better word for it, that is focusing on that aspect, because it can either be very devastating to your brand, but it can also be very positive.
I think there has to be a piece of that in your content marketing strategy,
Yes.
right? So if it's people that are just randomly commenting about your brand or your product, that to me is just brownie points as long as it's in the positive sector. Yep. But if we are planning strategically on how to use that user-generated content, that is full-blown strategy handling all day. So for us, like, we work with Scana Energy, we also work with Orkin Residential and Commercial. We have pages where we use user-generated content and testimonials on the website, and we'll strategically place those on our own channels. Then we'll watch them so we can track what's going on. Okay, are people engaging more at the checkout phase where we want them to sign up for a free estimate, if there's a testimonial there, or do they need those more in that awareness research phase where I don't even really know what you do and I need to know, here's some really great testimonials. Which area is that supporting better or worse? And then let's move, so let's keep testing. I think as far as the dark web, as you're calling it, or the dark pages, I think, again, same concept there. But I think that some of that dark content that actually does show up places, that's where we get tricky and sneaky, and we throw in some coupon codes or store locator or some kind of a link, so we still can track you even though we can't track you. So we still know what's going on. I mean, if there's not a purpose behind every single thing you're doing, don't do it. There's no reason.
Well, and I think going back to the engagement piece, right? I know as brands, when I'm tweeting or Instagramming about a brand out of pure happiness, and that brand ignores me or doesn't engage with me, I'm like, what? I just gave you some really nice shout out to all of my followers. I will say Southwest, I think, probably does the best job. I have had some treacherous traveling experiences in Southwest. I always travel them, have been fantastic, and I give them shout outs on Twitter, and within minutes, I am getting a personalized tweet back thanking me. And I can tell it's not auto-generated, but that makes me a brand advocate for them, and I talk about those experiences. So I think brands are really missing out when they're just ignoring those and letting those slip through the cracks. You're missing building that tribe of brand advocates for you.
One of our clients is Spanx, and they love UGC, and in fact recently asked us, how do we drive more user-generated content? And being a man, I don't know quite as much about sharing photos of me and my Spanx. They do make Spanx for men, though, and I've learned all about that. But I learned all about Spanx when I joined BKV and did some secret shopping at Neiman Marcus and some other places before they kicked me out. But it's very interesting because women, you would normally think, are embarrassed of wearing shapewear, maybe a little bit. I as a man, I think I'd be embarrassed to have a girdle on. But wouldn't you? Probably. Yeah?
No comment.
Yeah, well, I know he would. But women are very proud, and any age, so you'll see girls going to the prom, they will tweet about, I have my Cristal, and of course they're too young to drink, and they're in their limo, and they have their Spanx on. It's like hashtag Spanx in their, their Instagram or their tweet. And then women, couples date night with no kids, it's like that kind of thing, and even celebrities. I forgot the name of the actress, but she was presenting at the Oscars, and she said, I've got my Louboutins and my Spanx on. Imagine being the shoe and the Spanx. So Spanx has tried to quantify how many of these do we get, and how do we make more of them? And it's almost impossible, really, but you know it's good that there's lots of that UGC happening out there. So just make it happen as best you can, and don't sweat having to measure every single tweet that you ever get.
Somebody like Spanx, though, I mean, they do have major advocates, right? So for me, my right, yeah.
Right.
So my first reaction to that is find the people who are already doing that, not the underage ones, but the moms on date night. Find the ones that are already touting Spanx, then jump in on them. How many followers do they have? How much engagement do they have? Are they someone, because this person may only have a community of 20, but the next one might have 20,000. So then immediately do your research that way. So as you're Southwest and you're sending Lynn a message back, thanks so much for your kind message. Hey, by the way, I'm gonna take an extra 2 minutes and check out your social profiling so I know if you're already an advocate for us, and if I can send you some free stuff so you're an even bigger advocate now. So just something like adding on another 2 minutes to a quick tweet or a quick message can give you so much research that maybe you hadn't planned out a full research model around.
I mean, it goes back to personalization. Millennials want to know that people care about them and they want everything personalized to them. So that extra 2-minute step made that millennial feel important and felt like they mattered to that big brand, right?
Yeah. That's if you get them out of bed, right?
What was that?
No. Joey, I said that's if you get them out of bed. The millennials get a bad rap. But I think it's a really great point. We're actually harping on two things that we keep on hearing over and over again from millennials. One is they want authenticity, and they also want to co-create. And I think that's what we're highlighting here is content marketing really has to capture those two components to gain currency with the audience that we're targeting.
But millennials are so hard because they're so fickle too. So just because I get you in my back pocket today doesn't mean that you're in my back pocket tomorrow. So it's like, how do you keep engaged with them? Because you have to hit them with those over and over and over again. It's not like before when, you know, as soon as someone loved Kimberly Clark, then they loved Kimberly Clark. You know, now it's not like that.
Do we have any millennials in the audience here?
I mean, I'm considered one.
Okay.
Me too.
Sit next to one.
Right, both of us. I mean, I think it draws back to experience. You're right. Like, as a millennial, our attention is being drawn in 100 different ways, and millennials are not the most loyal consumers, right? It's a little bit hard to get them to be your brand advocates. So I think as a brand and as an agency, it is a constant rat race of new and exciting campaigns and experiences that you can offer them, because millennials, and I speak as a millennial, I constantly want a new and awesome experience when I'm interacting with a brand. I don't just settle for, oh, here's a great TV ad. I'm like, what? That didn't inspire me, right? You expect so much more as a millennial, and that's hard for brands and agencies to overcome.
Lynn, let's continue with you on this one. Can you shed some thoughts on how startups handle content marketing differently than, say, some of the big box retailers? Because we're talking about, you know, what retailers, you know, how they need to rethink engagement, and we're talking a lot about the content marketing. So what is your perspective from a startup?
Yeah, from a startup perspective, I think there are advantages and disadvantages. You know, we don't have those large budgets, right? But as a startup, one of the big advantages is we're smaller and we're nimble, and we have to learn how to get creative. We also are closer to the ground with our consumers, so it's a lot easier for us to build those relationships and understand our consumers a lot quicker, and also be able to pivot. You know, you see that with corporate companies that have these hierarchy structures, and to make a decision, you've got to go through 10 levels and 3 agencies of approval before something can happen. With a startup that's got 5 employees, they can make those things happen in a day, right? So I think, you know, but again, we don't have the budgets to run these multi-million-dollar TV campaigns or ad campaigns, but I think that we take the advantage of being able to interact with our consumer on a quicker basis, and being able to actually talk to them and listen to what they want, which is a lot harder for a big box retailer.
Perfect example. So one of our clients is King of Pops, And if they want a new logo, they just made a new logo. They came to us and said, we want a new logo. They didn't have to get 15,000 different departments to sign off on it. Everybody's on board, change all the collateral that's been around for 45 years. They just said, we want a new logo. And we were like, oh, we don't know if that's the best. Go. And we did it. So, it's one of those things that with startups, it's so much fun because you can also be really provocative and press the envelope in places that Delta would never let us, or Coke would never let us. Because they're so sacred with their brand. So I really like being able to just throw crazy ideas out and actually get a yes. You're just like, oh my gosh, that was a yes. That actually happened. Let's do this before they change their mind.
10 people didn't have to sign off on it, right?
Exactly. And, at that point, you're so... Exactly. And that's where, with the larger retailers, it's so hard. I mean, I get it. You may have more people helping on the day-to-day and the creation and the publication and the distribution. But, I kind of really like the startup because then it's like, you have two people who are going to work all night long. They're going to be up till midnight if they have to be, 2 o'clock in the morning, pushing it out, really caring about it. You're also getting that data back. So even if we don't, as an agency, own your data points, we can call the next day and be like, hey, Lynn, how'd that work out? And she can tell me immediately because she's laser focused on it. When Delta, they're like, ooh, I don't even know our password for that, so I'll get back to you. And so that's the sad point, is working with a large retailer sometimes, there's so many things going on at such a fast pace that a lot of times we do some really great work and we don't really even know how it performed if we don't own the analytics.
I think to touch on that too, one of the other advantages of a startup is you can fail fast. I think, you figure out really quickly what works and you can move on and pivot the next day. And I think that is where a lot of big box retailers and larger corporate companies get stuck.
But we've also seen where people have come from startups or smaller companies and have said, here's 20,000, it's all we have. And if this doesn't work, we're gone, And so that's really hard because it's like, okay, where are the priorities? Where's the most value I can make for you? And, even though I know what they're asking me to do is so hard, so we've got to get really creative, to make sure, because this is livelihood on the line, not just a bad campaign that they can sweep under the rug for the rest of the year.
I think a couple of brands that come to mind for me that really have this nailed, even though they're big box retailers, so to speak, are those that understand they've become a lifestyle instead of something that is a once and done. I think the best in breed when it comes to digital marketing, I really think is a company like Sephora. Sephora has always been front and center with their experiences, and they've always understood that not every interaction is about shaking the customer down for money, that they provide utilitarian type things, or someone like CVS who they don't consider themselves anymore as a pharmacy. They think of themselves as a wellness company, and that changes if that's the message that that the brand conveys. Then it changes what you want to offer, and it lets you maybe play a little bit more interactive than possibly you could be otherwise. So I don't know if you guys want to expand on any of that.
All of you are looking at me. I would say I think another company that does that really well is Rent the Runway. They took what was an uncommon thing and almost an embarrassing thing to have to say, I rent my clothes because I don't want to buy them.
What is that called?
Rent the Runway.
You get a box and a fabulous dress, and a lot of Instagrammers use that. A lot of Instagrammers use Rent the Runway, and they rent the clothes in the
you
photo.
You can wear an $800
before they
dress
become
that
established.
you can never afford, right?
That you can never afford, and
for like
rent
$20.
it for, yeah.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
But I think what Rent the Runway has really done a phenomenal job is creating that lifestyle that the average person can't afford to go buy a Monique Coulier dress for $1,200, but they can rent it for $80 and be proud to say that they rented it and be proud to kind of be a part of that Rent the Runway lifestyle. And they aren't always shoving rent my dress, it's here's style tips, here's how to get these runway looks on your own. So I think they've done a fantastic job. And now you learned about them. You can go home and look it up.
Uber comes to fashion.
No,
Uber comes to fashion.
We have, one of our clients is Chick-fil-A. So Chick-fil-A, I think, is phenomenal in that regard, because what you were just saying is they talk about things that aren't just Chick-fil-A. So, I mean, they're giving you really awesome breakfast tips around, you know, a colleague and I just did keyword research for them, acai bowls and really healthy smoothie options. They don't offer those things, but they want to give you the best breakfast ideas because they want you to think of them top of mind when you're thinking breakfast. So today I'm going to have my really great smoothie that I got my recipe from Chick-fil-A. Tomorrow I'm going to get some chicken minis because I deserve that because today I had a smoothie. So, you know, Chick-fil-A does really great things like that. They focus on a lot of their philanthropic efforts, and they really tout those things. So that's stuff that, you know, is really engaging and interesting, but not necessarily surrounded to go to Chick-fil-A and have lunch today, which I really like. I also really think that the negative that we're talking about, the rent the runway that may not be, you know, very cool if you're like, oh, I can't buy this Louis Vuitton, but I can rent it. I really like seeing content marketing taking a big step in a positive direction where negative sentiment lived before. So right now, one that I'm kind of stuck on from all of this recipe research that we're doing for several clients is Weight Watchers. People are screaming from the hilltops that they're part of Weight Watchers or they're on it. Instagram is crazy. If you go search Instagram today and put in just WW or Weight Watchers, you will get 8,000 options of people with Instagram accounts associated with their weight loss journey. So it's taken it all out where it's like, oh, you know, hey, I'm trying to lose weight, but I'm keeping it, you know, under wraps. Now people are absolutely singing about it and just like, yeah, I had that smoothie bowl today and I got the recipe from Chick-fil-A and tomorrow I'm gonna have another smoothie because it was great. And by the way, I'm doing Weight Watchers, so I'm gonna run to my meeting.
I'm throwing my Spanx away.
I love all that. And I'm gonna throw my Spanx on. So, but it's so cool to see something that used to have some kind of negative sentiment surrounding it now that people are just so loud and proud about it. So that's content marketing winning all day because that started somewhere, you know, and 10 to 1 that started with the brand or a campaign that the brand started.
Before I turn it over to the audience, let me ask one last question because I thought it was very interesting. Lacey, you brought up the point about crisis management and how it impacts content marketing and online reputation management. How do you manage it? How do you manage crisis management juxtaposed with, you know, to content marketing?
Great question. So this should be a part of your content strategy as well. If you don't have an online reputation management plan or some kind of support system for any kind of crisis issues that might pop up, it should be on your radar. So this is something that you track just like any other content marketing. So if you do keyword research but put a negative sentiment focus on it, then you would want to look at that quarterly, every 6 months at least, and then be able to really wrap your head around, okay, what content am I creating now based on my original content strategy? What new impending negative sentiment is out there about my brand or could be out there about my brand? And then loop that into your content strategy. So what we always do is we create a content calendar, but we'll have some things that are really relevant and timely that we really can't move unless we have to. And then we have some kind of open options that we can, if it works in January, great, but if something that we need to do for online reputation management comes up, we could bump that to February. So it's kind of revolving opportunity. So Mattress Firm has, you know, somebody hates their delivery. You know, somebody had the worst delivery ever. That one person can make a video. They can go on every review site there is, and they can ruin a local store's reputation in a matter of seconds. So we have to be prepared for that. So in the content strategy, there needs to be some preemptive opportunities for really great content surrounding terms that could be looked at as negative. So Mattress Firm delivery is awful. Is there a way to spin that? Can we talk about Mattress Firm delivery more with positive sentiment surrounding it? Create a ton of content around delivery, use those testimonials where people loved their delivery driver, their kids had a really good time helping put the bed together, anything like that. So then that way, if someone down the road says, hey, my delivery was awful and I'm gonna go blow these people up online, we already have that really awesome proactive padding in place, that it won't make nearly as negative of an impact as it would have for a brand that has no content marketing surrounding that specific keyword and all the other negative ones. So I think it's just having a really good plan in place, doing that audit, creating the plan, and then staying on top of it with tracking.
So I think this has two pieces. It's the first is to deal with the customer who was wronged, and doing that in a very obvious way so that your solution to it is very visible. So that's easier said than done. But in Twitter, it's a little easier. In TripAdvisor, if you're a hotel, you can go on and the manager can respond to the complaint, and it looks like it's getting taken care of. You can do even bigger things than that. And then there's just the bad reviews that can show up in Google and Yelp and TripAdvisor and Amazon and on your own website. The only way to get rid of them, because they're public information, everybody can see them, is to push them down with positive reviews. So having a referral program in place where you're actually trying to get people to review your product or service to bump all the negative stuff down and try and get the averages up. If you're a retailer that sells a product, normally they pull them off the shelf if the reviews are really bad for them. So, but it's tougher if the review is for your entire business.
So let's throw this out to the audience and see what questions we have.
I've got a question real quick. First, I'm wondering, just to tie this back to kind of the description that we had, so for retail brands that are out there and exist but are really new to like social media, say they don't have an Instagram account, Facebook or Twitter or Snapchat, but they want to start doing that stuff, are there any strategies for engaging, like when you're starting out, engaging like influencers and brand advocates, or does that kind of thing only have to happen organically?
Yeah, if you can't do a great job on a channel, don't do it. So I have plenty of clients that say, we're not doing Pinterest, because I don't have someone who can oversee it and do a great job. Someone's really got to curate Pinterest. So if you have the staff or an agency partner who you partner with to do it for you, then you can start up a channel, but you should only do it if there's a real reason to do it. So, I mean, most people don't know this, but YouTube is the biggest social platform besides Facebook in the world. In fact, you could actually argue that it's even bigger than Facebook. It's like 2 billion users of YouTube, and there's way more engagement in YouTube than there is in Instagram, like 4 times as much or something like that. So YouTube is a really, really powerful social channel, and most brands are like, videos are hard to make. I don't know where I'll get the content from. We have TV commercials, who's going to cut them down to 15s. And I'm not even talking about the paid side of YouTube. I'm talking about just having a good brand page on YouTube with lots of great videos that can be shared. So that would be, one suggestion would be just don't do it unless you can do a great job.
Well, and I think going back to what you just said, especially with like YouTube and some of those complaints that brands are like, oh, videos are hard, we don't have someone to make them. Think about how you can leverage your brand advocates that are already talking about you, already love your product, that might be those social influencers, that you can kind of create your hub of social influencers that are already making that type of content. They're already producing videos, right? That may make your job easier, and then they're also creating content marketing for you that's creating brand awareness that's not directly out of your mouth, but out of theirs. And maybe there's a partnership there to where they're creating content that's on your platform. We see it more and more as a digital media platform. Brands are saying to us, we need help with content on our side. Can we create content that goes on our Facebook, our YouTube, and separate content that goes on your platform because they can't do it internally? And we see that all the time. But leverage the resources that you may have out there that can help you accomplish those things, but don't do it. Try and do it yourself and do it poorly. It will reflect bad on your brand.
Well, and to circle back to part of that, if you don't already have influencers and you don't have someone you're connected with, in order to go find them, yes, you can do that organically. Yes, you can do that for free. It's just a matter of kind of circling back to what we said earlier. Once you take a leap of faith and you start having a community on any level, you start engaging with people. See if they're people that can then become your community. So we have clients that can't afford, we have tools and we have groups that we leverage in order to have influencer marketing done by them. We also do it internally at Jackson Spalding, but we also have a lot of clients that are like, we can't afford that, what now? Where we will just go do some high-level research, we'll find some really awesome Instagrammers or people with a great following on Facebook, and we'll start there. And we will literally cold call them and say, hey, you have a general interest in a subject that we're trying to populate. How do you feel about working with us? And sometimes you get no's, but a lot of times you get really great yeses.
Right.
If I can add one final perspective, in some respects, it sounds like what clients used to say about 5 years ago, I need an app. And the first question would be, why do you need an app? So I think in some respects, it's not, we want to ask the same question, why do you need to be on Instagram? The question is, where do the people that you're targeting congregate? If they're on, if Dove is launching something in Japan, and they decide to use WhatsApp, but most of the population is online, that's going to cause a lot of friction, and that's not where you want to be. So you first really have to just take a step back and ask, where are my customers? What do they do? What do they like to do? Because we want to go where our customers are, as opposed to forcing them to use the processes that we want to force them to do. That's old world. We can't do that anymore.
Right on. Okay. All right, any questions for the panel? Yeah, right here. Just remind us who you are and where you work.
Daniel Roberts from Friendly Human. I've got a really basic one, actually. It's kind of tactical. When we were talking about the tools and stuff, the data is kind of always the same, but the fatigue around using the tools can sometimes be very real. So I was just curious, do you have any, whether it's listening or analytics tools that you just love to use?
Synthesio, Radian 6 are, you probably heard of those, but Synthesio is, am I saying that right? Synthesio, I think is how you say it. I've only ever seen it written. I've actually never heard anybody say it. But that's a very useful tool for kind of aggregating all of the activity. And
yeah, we use both of those.
Omniture Site Catalyst, as some people know, I'm obsessed with. I think that there's some really great gold in there that people don't realize on how-tos. We also used SEMrush, that's just super, really easy, generic, and very user-friendly. So that's a good place to start. We learned about Grow yesterday, how to organize your analytics. We really enjoyed that. I have a ton. So depending on specifically what you're trying to do, I would love to connect with you and give you kind of my Rolodex.
I think it's, you think of it in terms of 101 and 201 and 301, and I think 101 tends to be Google Analytics, and that's pretty much everyone probably that we're targeting in the marketing space is going to have a Gmail account. They can create a dashboard, and that's kind of your training wheels. And then you can go up from there, and quite honestly, they can get very expensive. I mean, Adobe's Test and Target is great. It used to be Omniture, but it's very expensive, and it may be too much of a Cadillac when all you need is I was going to say Pinto, but that would really date me.
C3, I think, is the most expensive one I've found, actually. 100% C3.
Google Trends is pretty interesting too. I mean, that's free. Everybody, it's easy to get in there and see what kind of activity and geos and that kind of thing. You can see what people are searching for. That's always makes for a good slider too.
Anybody else? No? All right. Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you, panel. That was great. Great way to end of the day. Thank you all. And I guess that's going to do it for us here at MediaPost in Oma, Atlanta today. Thank you all for coming out. I hope you had a good time today and learned something and made some valuable contacts. And hopefully we'll see you at the next one. All right. Thank you.